Dies Lied ist aus der Sehnsucht süßer Schrei.
I stole the leg, didn't you, runt?
No, I didn't, I swear!
Let me see what I can do to squeal.
I didn't, I swear! Fine!
Come in.
Reporting for work, sir.
Relax, son. This isn't the academy.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Sullivan will do just fine. I think you'll find that the COI is a bit more informal than your other branches of government. Now, let's set you to work. Some city detectives sent this complaint over to us. It should be pretty straightforward. If you have any questions about the assignment, don't hesitate to ask. The door's always open, son.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sullivan.
What is it, Mr. Pearson? Oh, yes, of course, your office. It's across the hall, and please forgive the mess. Your predecessor departed rather unexpectedly, and we're still short-staffed and haven't had a chance to clear it out for you. Well, I hope you can handle things on your own. It's something you're going to have to get used to with the COI.
President Roosevelt had just authorized the formation of the COI that summer. They were supposed to be the outfit that handled the real spy stuff overseas. It was the place to be if you wanted real adventure. At least, that was the bill of goods the recruiters for the COI sold me. And here I was, stuck in a crummy old office, in Cleveland of all places, as far away from any real action as I could imagine. My lucky St. Christopher's medal. I've had it since I was a kid. This might come in handy. What a bunch of gibberish. What's this? I wonder what sort of artifacts Mr. Pensky wanted Professor Strauss to look at.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you, sir.
Not at all, Mr. Pearson. Come right in.
Sir, what happened to the fellow I'm replacing?
Walter Pensky. A good man. And a good agent. Once. The job got the better of him.
I imagine he must have been under a lot of pressure, sir.
We all are these days. Just remember, Mr. Pearson, we follow orders, not personal crusades.
I will, sir. I have a question about this case file, sir.
Certainly. What is it?
Sir, this munitions owner, Mr. Finster, is there anything you can tell me about him that wasn't in the report?
Hank Finster is an interesting case. He's an important man with the fellows in the Defense Department on account of the munitions factories he owns. But he's not wound all too tight, if you catch my meaning. Well, it's always one thing after another with him. If it isn't the unions, it's the Reds. If it isn't the Reds, it's the Nazis. But he may have something there. Take a look at that invitation. What do you make of it?
Well, the invitation's a little unusual, but it looks like fascist propaganda to me.
And that it is, son. Now, I'm not saying it's Nazi propaganda. There are 100 different organizations with fascist agendas, but this call to brotherhood could have come straight out of Hitler's Germany. Did you notice the quality of the invitation itself? It's not a pamphlet or a flyer. Whoever these people are, they have a certain amount of sophistication. And they seem to be targeting only people of wealth and influence in our society. We'll need to be careful not to ruffle any feathers.
Yes, sir. Who handled this case when it first came in, sir?
A city detective named Marillo. I guess he's got his hands full now. He's handling the torso murders investigation. Terrible work, that. They found another one just yesterday.
Excuse me, could you tell me where Mr. Finster's office is?
He's up there. You're welcome.
Excuse me, Mr. Finster? Jim Pearson from the COI. Been assigned to investigate your complaint.
Ah, what the hell took you so long? I guess all my calls to Mayor Lausch finally got you guys off your cans.
What can you tell me about this Brotherhood, Mr. Finster?
What can I tell you? Oh, what makes you think I can tell you anything? I'll tell you what it is, though. It's a Nazi conspiracy is what it is.
No, what makes you say that, Mr. Finster? The invitation has no swastikas, no insignia, no clear-cut signs of Nazi involvement.
Now, you mark my words, young man. This is a Nazi conspiracy, or my name isn't Henry W. Finster.
I'm gonna need some hard facts before I'm able to make that stick with my superiors, sir.
Where do they find you guys? What do they just pull you out of a pumpkin patch? It's right before your eyes. Those screwy symbols.
You recognize the symbols on that invitation?
I've seen them all over Germany.
When were you in Germany, Mr. Finster?
Now, don't you give me that look.
Mr. Finster, I...
There is nothing wrong with Germany. My grandparents were born in Deutschland. We still have family there. The German people are upstanding, hard-working, God-fearing folk. And the American worker could learn a thing or two from them. The only thing wrong with Germany is that Austrian peasant and his gang of street thugs.
My apologies, Mr. Finster. I am only trying to establish the facts in the case.
Okay. It's been 15, 20 years now since I've been there. But I will never forget those symbols.
Do you have any idea what those symbols mean?
Of course not. I would never have anything to do with that sort of thing.
What do you remember about the man that gave you that invitation, Mr. Finster?
He was a no-good bum, I remember that.
Do you remember his name?
A guy employed a Nazi sympathizer right here in my own factory.
He was an employee of yours?
Of course not. I don't hire Nazis.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Who's the Nazi?
Why did they send a boy to do a man's job? What are they trying to do? Drive me crazy?
Wait just a minute, Mr. Finster. That's not called for.
My foreman, George Hansen. I used to think he was a good man. Well, drinks a little bit too much, but he's a hard worker. Well, anyway, how am I supposed to know he traffics with Nazis? Well, he brings this riffraff right through my doors, into my factory, right into my office. He could have killed me. He was standing as close to me as you are right now. Well, naturally, I fired him on the spot.
Riffraff.
No, you idiot. George Hansen. Haven't you been listening to a word I said?
Do you remember the name of the man that gave you that invitation?
Of course not. He never mentioned it. He said he was just a messenger.
Can you describe this messenger for me?
I already described him to that detective. Look, I even picked his photograph out of one of their books. Oh, but he didn't care. All he was interested in was that vagrant killer. Well, if you ask me, he's doing this city a big favor.
I wouldn't know anything about that, sir. Can you describe him again for me, please? For my benefit.
You know, if you guys had done your work in the first place, you'd already know this. Yeah, he looked like a killer. Real mean, squinty eyes, red hair, and the bushiest red beard you'd ever want to see. Hey, there's no mistaking this guy.
Do you have any idea where I might be able to find this messenger?
Of course not.
Okay, what about this other fella, the foreman?
Well, I used to live in company housing, but I had him evicted, of course.
Do you have any idea where I might be able to find him?
A man of my standing doesn't fraternize with his workers. Although, I have been told that George likes to throw his money around a lot on payday. The men, they like this cheap whiskey saloon in the Roaring Third. McGillies, McGarrity's, some kind of Mick name. McGinty's, that's the name of it, McGinty's.
In local news, prominent Dayton entrepreneur Eiler G. Sundorf was killed in a plane crash. Meanwhile, here in our own beloved city, an estimated crowd of 6,000 gathered for the Freedom Day rally at Public Hall. The cheering crowd of freedom-conscious Clevelanders condemned Nazi hostage slayings and called for an...
Excuse me, I'm looking for a man named George Hansen. He used to be...
I never heard of him.
Listen, buddy, I'm not trying to cause any trouble for you. I just need a little help trying to find a friend of mine.
Yeah, friend, huh? Look, I got nothing to do with no lousy feds. I want you to do me a favor and scram, huh? And while you're at it, take that friend over there with you. Scaring away all my business.
And unconfirmed reports from Indians management indicate that they are about to sign a 24-year-old Indian shortstop, Smiling Lou Boudreau, to a 2-year contract to manage our hometown boys. If such a deal goes through, this would make Boudreau the youngest man to ever manage a big league club. We now return you to the magical melodies of Mel Fritz.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a man named George Hansen. He used to work at the Finster Munitions Factory. Do you know where I might be able to find him?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I haven't made his acquaintance.
Thanks for your time. What's your name?
Who wants to know?
My name's Jim Pearson. I'm from the COI.
Well, have a seat, Jimbo. The name's Winslow. Dick Winslow.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Winslow. What brings you here?
Oh, no need to be so formal. You can call me Dick. I'm just here for a drink.
Really? This just doesn't seem like your type of place.
Oh, and why not? Why can't a working Joe like me go out for a drink? Can't he try someplace new?
Well, you just seem a little overdressed, is all.
Guilty as charged, sport. Not a bad bit of deduction, that. Oh, well, I might as well confess. You're right. I'm with the FBI.
Really? What are you doing here?
Staking the place out. I thought I might get a lead on the torso killer, but I haven't had much luck yet. But you're new here, aren't you?
Yeah, I just started.
Oh, you don't say? And, what brings you here to McGinty's, Jimbo?
Well, I'm working on an investigation of my own.
Oh, really? How interesting. Did someone steal some plans for a secret weapon? Huh? Or commit an act of sabotage, perhaps?
No, nothing like that. I'm looking into a group of possible German subversives.
Well, perhaps your men are on our little German blacklist. You mean they haven't told you about that? Your office should have a copy. Really, I'd complain to my superiors right away. How can a new agent hope to succeed without the necessary tools?
What is this list?
It's a list of suspicious Americans of German descent. FBI's been keeping tabs on them for a while now. Oh, it wouldn't take much for some of them to sell out Uncle Sam for Uncle Adolf, huh?
Thanks for the information, Dick. This list might come in handy. Well, I should be going now.
Listen, Sport. You're new here, so I'll give you one little bit of free advice. Some of the people in your department have stepped on some toes, so you be careful where you put your foot down.
I'll remember that.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Jimbo. Drop by my office anytime.
Thanks, Dick. I just may take you up on that.
The Axis vessel unsuccessfully attempted a nefarious ploy to bluff its way through the British.
Look, I don't mean to be critical, Jimbo, but the people around here are going to be afraid to open up to me if they see me talking to a Fed.
Sorry, Dick. I won't bother you.
Name painted on her pilot house and stern in an attempt to pass itself off as one of our own. Our American cruiser's good commander was too smart to fall for such a trick, however, and he immediately ordered the ship to heave to. Despite a last-ditch effort by the Axis merchantmen to blow up their own ship, their vessel was captured without incident.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you, sir.
Not at all, Mr. Pearson. Come right in.
Sir, is it true that the FBI's made a list of suspicious German Americans?
Who have you been talking to?
Special Agent Winslow, sir.
Oh, yes, Agent Winslow. It's true, we do have such a list. When France fell to the Germans, a lot of people felt that it must be due to the work of a fifth column of spies and traitors. I got the boys in Washington thinking that if we weren't careful, things might happen the same way here. Well, Mr. Hoover and his FBI set to work, watching anyone they felt could betray their own countrymen. Naturally, important Americans of German descent were watched most closely.
Could I get a look at it, sir? I believe there might be a connection between some of the names on that list and the case that I'm investigating.
Just remember, son, it's possible that any of these men on that list are hard-working Americans, no different than you or I. Don't go off all half-cocked simply because Hoover's men put a name on a list.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Excuse me, Detective Merlo? I'm Jim Pearson. I'm from the COI. I'm here about Mr. Finster's complaint.
A what? This had better be good, kid. I'm up to my neck in murders.
You were the detective that handled Mr. Finster's complaint?
Finster? Oh yeah, Finster. I remember him now. Listen, kid. If I had a nickel for every so-called Nazi spy in this city, I would be a very rich man.
So you don't think his complaint was legitimate?
Ever since you secret agent types start stirring people up about Nazi spies, every Tom, Dick, and Harry with a beef about his neighbors has been into my office. You care to take a guess how many of them panned out?
Well,
What did your investigation reveal? Was there anything to the invitation? You did investigate this, didn't you?
Now listen, Sonny! There's a butcher on the loose in my city. I didn't have time. Hey, isn't that sort of thing your job now? I don't have time to babysit another Fed.
Detective, I understand you must be very busy right now.
You don't understand nothing! Every day, it seems, we find another body or a part of a body. We don't have enough good leads and we don't have enough men to cover this case, and on top of that, I got some horse's ass from the Federal Bureau of Investigation looking over my shoulder trying to tell me how to do my job.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Detective. I'll be on my way.
This case is gonna be the death of me yet. For what it's worth, kid, Finster had a look at the mugshot books. He said he spotted the Joe what handed him that screwy invitation. I think he even marked the books and everything. You can have a look through them if you think it'll help.
Thank you, Detective. This must be the one Finster looked through. Are you any closer to catching the torso killer?
That sick son of a bitch has been too clever.
How's that?
Well, for starters, he's not leaving enough behind for us to identify. Our best guess is he's cutting up bums and whores, people nobody'd miss. Takes them apart real clean, too, like a doctor. 2 whacks and he's through them. The queerest thing is, he bleeds them dry, washes them clean, and wraps them up like a butcher, all nice and neat in newspapers. It's like nothing I've ever seen, and I've seen plenty.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time before something breaks through.
Oh, you got that right. His kind always slips up. And when he does, bang! I'm gonna be right there on top of him.
Hasn't the FBI been able to give you any relief with the torso investigation?
That's a good one, kid. Elliot Ness has saddled me with a junior A G-man named Winslow, who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. About all he's done is look pretty in his fancy suits for the photo boys and flapped his gums to the reporters about how he is gonna catch that killer.
I met Special Agent Winslow in McGinney's bar. If he's the best the FBI has to offer you, well, you're in a whole lot of trouble.
What the hell was he doing in McGinney's bar? Oh, pressing the palms of the less fortunate for when he runs for mayor?
Well, he said he was working undercover, trying to track down a lead on the torso killer. He stood out like a sore thumb.
He's about as likely to find the killer in McGinty's as my grandmother is to win the Kentucky Derby.
Hello? Museum of Natural History. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm Agent Jim Pearson with the COI. I was trying to reach a Professor Strauss.
Professor Strauss is not in. You're from Mr. Penske's office, aren't you?
Yes, sir, sort of. I wanted to...
Professor Strauss is away on business. I'll be sure to leave him a message.
Thanks. Sir?
Yes?
Sorry to bother you, sir.
Not at all, Mr. Pearson. Come right in.
When I arrived back at my office, there was another message from the museum. Whatever had been going on between Walter Penske and Dr. Strauss seemed to be pretty important to both of them. Since I didn't have any more leads on my own investigation, and since Strauss's name did appear on the FBI's blacklist, along with Hank Finster's, I thought I might as well check into it.
Come in.
Excuse me. Are you Miss Strauss?
I'm Helen Strauss.
Hi, how do you do? I'm Jim Pearson from the COI. I came across your name at work, and I was hoping, I was hoping you might be able to help me.
I'd love to. That is, if I can.
What is it exactly your father does, Helen?
Why? Didn't Mr. Penske tell you?
I'm afraid I've never met Mr. Penske.
But don't you... I'm afraid I don't understand. Didn't Mr. Penske send you?
I've replaced Mr. Penske. I found the message you left for him, and, well, I was hoping you might be able to tell me what he needed to see your father about.
He wanted my father to examine some artifacts he'd found on an investigation of his. As far as I know, they never did meet. My father was called away suddenly on business, and I didn't want to leave Mr. Penske in the lurch. That's why I volunteered to help. If I could, of course.
What is it you do here, Helen?
Well, I'm just a graduate student intern here now, but one day I'm going to run this museum, or one just like it anyway. They've got such a wonderful display of Central European artifacts from the Middle Ages. Well, that's my area of study, Central European history, and I'm sorry, I'm sure you're not interested in listening to me babble. I could so just go on and on about my work.
Oh, that's okay, Professor.
My father's the professor.
And I just bet you're a chip off the old block. Do you suppose that these are the artifacts that Mr. Penske wanted to speak to your father about?
Why, yes, I believe they are. Mr. Penske told my father there were inscriptions on them. These are runes. Norse runes, I'm sure of it.
Norse runes?
Yes, Norse. The ancient Scandinavians, the Swedes, the Danes, the Germans. You probably know of them as Vikings. We still see many of their roots today. For example, Wednesday is a derivative of Woden's Day or Odin's Day. And then there's...
Whoa. Slow down, Professor. Are you trying to tell me that these runes are an ancient form of Germanic writing?
Yes, that's right. The runes are a sort of alphabet. Some people also use the symbols to represent words, like the Egyptian hieroglyphics.
These pieces look like they interlock somehow. Do you think you could help me figure out the order?
Sure, I'd love to.
What about these parchments here? They're the same runes, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Someone's already begun a translation of them. 9 gifts to Odin. That generally would have meant a sacrifice of some sort.
A sacrifice? What sort of sacrifice?
Usually a human sacrifice. The Vikings would choose 9 strong men and hang them. Sometimes they'd behead them. As often as not, it merely meant an animal sacrifice.
Go on.
Well, it's hard to tell. These sheets are just fragments. I'd need some time.
All right. I'll check back later then.
And now for the day's news. Our top story today comes straight from the tough and tumble neighborhood of Kingsbury Run. There, the police continue their exhaustive manhunt for the torso killer. As his head count hits
Excuse
7,
me.
the citizens of Cleveland
I'm looking for a man named
voices
George
in
Hansen. He used to be a foreman at the Finster Munitions factory. Do you know where I might be able to find him?
Who's asking?
I'm Jim Pearson from the COI. I was told he might be able to help me find...
Louis.
Louis?
This is about the creep that gave Finster that piece of paper, right?
Unidentified.
Yeah, that's right.
Meanwhile, in
So,
news from around the
you
world,
must be
crews
George.
from around our
Yeah, I'm
boys
George.
at sea captured an Axis
What can you
ship
tell me
in
about this Louis?
equatorial waters.
You have a last
The
name?
Axis vessel unsuccessfully
I suppose so,
attempted
don't
a
everybody?
nefarious ploy to bluff its way
I don't know
through
what it
the
is, though,
British
mister.
blockade.
Is Louis a friend of yours?
Sources indicate
That rat, I didn't know him from Adam a few weeks ago.
How'd you meet him?
Me and some of the fellows was in here blowing off steam after payday last month. This guy Louis was in here. He starts talking, I start to feel kind of bad for him. He says he's a little down and out right now, but all he needs is some prospects and he'll be back up on his feet again. I tell him I got some pull down at the factory. Maybe I can get him in to see Mr. Finster. Maybe he can get a job.
You didn't ask him about a job, though, did he?
Nah. He gets in there and starts talking up that secret brotherhood crap. Next thing I know, Louis headed out the door and Finster's busting his gasket. I lost my job, I lost my house, and I lost my wife, and it's all on account of that Louis.
Do you have any idea where I might be able to find this Louis now?
Oh, buddy, don't I wish. If I could find him, I'd break his lousy neck.
Do you remember anything else about him? You said you were in here with your buddies. Would any of them remember anything?
I'll ask around, see if I can help you out. Stop back later.
Thanks, George. You've been a big help.
That the Australian cruiser Sydney was sunk by a German raider disguised as a Dutch merchant ship. I guess our mates down under could use a few lessons from our own boys at sea. In Washington today, Subaru Kurusu, Japan's new and super special envoy to the United States, is set to begin a round of talks with the State Department.
What do you make of this?
I don't think I've ever heard of the Brotherhood of Thule before. I do seem to recall a group called the Thule Society, however. They were a secret society that became very popular with the German people after the Great War. Some people said they were a cabal of black magicians.
Black magicians?
You don't really believe that, do you?
No, it's far more likely they met as an excuse to drink beer and talk about politics. They did have a great deal of influence on the German people, however. They were early proponents of German nationalism and Aryan superiority. And without the backing of the Thule Society, the Nazi Party probably would never have lasted.
Yeah, wouldn't that have been a shame? What do you make of those symbols?
These are runes, and that's their English translation beneath them. These crests are what really interests me. They're not the crests of traditional German aristocracy. Wait a minute.
What is it, Helen?
I think I know where I've seen these before.
What are you looking for?
Aha! These are the crests of an ancient sect of Germanic knights. They posed as Christian soldiers. They still continue to worship the Old Norse gods and gave human sacrifices to them. Eventually, they were excommunicated by the Pope and forced into exile from Germany.
I don't get it. So, how is it you know so much about these pagan knights?
Well, I should know they're one of my father's pet projects. He's in the process of restoring a stained glass window with the crests of the officers of the sect even now.
And I don't get it. What do those knights have to do with this invitation?
Well, they're the same. The crests are the same.
So, whoever these people are, this Brotherhood of Thule, they're modeling themselves after an ancient sect of pagan knights? Here in Cleveland?
It sure seems that way.
What do you make of the crest on this letterhead?
Wait. That's funny. It's the same crest as the Sergeant-at-Arms.
Are you telling me that the Finster family used to be a part of this group of pagan knights?
No, not Finster. The Finster Law family. They probably Americanized it when they came to this country. Many immigrants did. Here. Take a look for yourself. This book's got the crests and the family names of all the Germanic knights. The pagan knights are in here as well.
Thanks, Helen. This might come in handy. Do you mind if I have a look at your father's project?
Sure, I don't see why not.
Do you mind if I examine it?
Well...
I won't do anything to get you into hot water with your father. I'll be very careful, I promise.
As long as you're careful, I guess it won't hurt anything.
And now for the day's news. Our top story today comes straight from the tough and tumble neighborhood of Kingsbury Run.
Hello, George. Were you able to find out anything else about Louis?
Nah, I asked around, but it's like I told you, nobody knows this guy.
Oh, well. Thanks for your cooperation. If you happen to hear anything else, please give me a call at the COI office in the Federal Building.
Wait, there is something else. It didn't mean nothing to me, but it might mean something to you. One of the boys says he overheard Louis talking to Mr. Finster. He says he kept calling himself Harold. I don't know if it means anything or not. I just sworn on the Holy Bible he said his name was Louis.
I don't know if it means anything or not, but it could be important. Thanks again, George.
Just catch his creep and lock him out for good.
Our sources indicate the Axis boat falsely flaunted our very own Stars and Stripes and had an American name painted on her pilot house and stern in an attempt to pass itself off as one of our own. Our American cruiser's good commander was too smart to fall for such a trick, however, and he immediately ordered the ship to heave to. Despite a last-ditch effort by the Axis merchantmen to blow up their own ship, their vessel was captured without incident. In other global news, snow and near-zero weather in Russia halted Nazi troops dead in their tracks. More bad news for the Axis as the British began an offensive in North Africa along the 130-mile Libya line. Score one for Hitler, though. Wire reports confirm that the Australian cruiser Sydney was sunk by a German raider disguised as a Dutch merchant ship. I guess our mates down under could use a few lessons from our own boys at sea. In Washington today, Subaru Kurusu, Japan's new and super special envoy to the United States, is set to be envoy.
I'll try there, thanks.
Again, a round of envoy talk. Again, a round of envoy talk.
Looks like I finally found Louis.
With envoy the State Department. These talks come right on the heels of Tojo's stinging remarks regarding Roosevelt's Pacific policy. With the Pacific crisis nearing its breaking point, officials in Washington hope that Kurusu, Japan's pinch hitter on the diplomatic diamond, can head off a military confrontation. Also in Washington, a recent survey of 59 Midwestern editors and publishers for the
Hello? I'm sorry, I was hoping you might be able to help me. I'm looking for a man named Louis Fisterwald. Is he here?
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't. Hank Finster sent me. He had a message he wanted me to deliver to Louis. He's reconsidered Louis's offer. A mission? What's a convicted felon doing at a mission?
Say, who is this lately? You better beat it, buddy. We're closed.
What's this? Looks like someone's been spending some time at St. Bartholomew's Mission. Excuse me, my name's Jim Pearson. I'm from the COI. I was hoping you might be able to help me.
Sure, mister. I'll help you if I can.
I've just got a couple of questions for you.
Oh, all right. I'll help you if I can.
What do you do here, friend?
I help the fathers with the place. Keeping things up, that sort of thing.
Jack of all trades, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Mostly, I help out with the hobos. Make sure there's no trouble.
You see a lot of trouble in here?
No, not really. Mostly I play cards.
A lot of people come through here, I bet.
Oh, yeah. Especially now, what with everyone afraid of the torso killer, no one wants to sleep by himself anymore.
Hasn't anyone been able to help?
No. They just try to get rid of the poor hobos. Why, just last month, Mr. Ness burned down their camps. Said he was trying to smoke out the killer, but all he did was burn down their homes.
Well, I think it's a mighty decent job you're doing here, friend.
Thanks, mister.
Do you know a fella named Louis?
Sure, I know Louis.
Do you know where I might be able to find him?
Yeah, he works at the Raven Room. He's a doorman. Say, why you looking for Louis?
I've just got a few questions for him.
Oh, I thought maybe he'd gotten into trouble.
He get into trouble a lot?
Yeah, Louis always getting into trouble. Oh, but I shouldn't be talking about that.
Why shouldn't you say anything about that?
I don't rat on friends.
How long have you known Louis?
Oh, Louis and me go way back.
You don't say.
Yeah, since we was kids. Louis always looking out for me. He even got me this here job.
This Louis sounds like a swell guy.
Oh, he's the best. So, you want to see something?
Sure, why not?
Louis even got me introduced to Gloria the Mill. Got my picture taken with her and everything.
Say, that sure is a nice picture. Who are those other fellas?
They friends of Louis.
The fathers around now?
Nah, they left me to watch the place. What's the matter, mister?
They were supposed to have a package for me. So you don't suppose you... No, I couldn't ask you to do that.
Do what, mister?
You don't suppose you could look for that package for me, do you? They were supposed to have it in their offices.
Oh, sure, mister. I could do that for you. You'll watch the counter for me, won't you?
No problem, friend.
Say, mister.
Yes?
What's this package look like?
It's about that big, say, and about that high.
All right, I'll go fetch it for you.
I wonder who these other men are.
Come in.
Do you recognize anyone in this photo?
Those are some pretty big players you got there, kid. Dutch Schultz, Benny Cohen, Moose Malone. These boys run all the rackets in Cleveland. The skirt's Dutch's girl, Gloria DeMille. She was in pictures before the scandal sheets found out she was dating a gangster. I'm not too sure about these other two fellas, though.
The big man's name is Ernie. You don't recognize the other guy?
I'll be damned. That's Louie the Fish. Small-time hood, bagman for Dutch. Word has it he made off with Dutch's take from a booze run a couple of years ago. Took off with a cool 10 grand.
What happened to him?
Well, they said he went to Atlantic City. He was throwing money around like it grew on trees. Blew the whole wad on women, booze, gambling, you name it. Word got back to Dutch and Louie disappeared. Ain't never been seen since. Everybody figured he was dead.
He's not dead.
Well, there's a lot of crooks in this city that'd love to know that.
Were you able to figure out how those rune pieces assemble?
I'm sorry, I haven't. They all seem to fit together. There could be hundreds of possibilities. I imagine there's some sort of sequence. The runes seem to suggest some sort of message when assembled. But without a proper key to their order, it would be impossible to figure out the right one. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help.
No, you've done a fine job. At least now I have some idea of where to begin.
I've had more luck with the parchments.
What'd you make of them?
It's very odd. It threw me at first, but I figured out that the text, though written in runes, could be read phonetically in English. It turns out that it looks like they were describing some sort of ritual, and two of them, in fact, one to summon Odin and one to grant the powers of Odin. They seem to revolve these rituals around three objects of power. One was a wise man's skull, one was a cup made from ashwood, and the third object wasn't as clear. It was Dahlia's dark prison. Dahlia was the name of a seer, a muse. Does any of that mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Well, there's a book on Old Norse legends on the shelf if you think that would help.
Thanks, Helen. Do you mind if I have a look at your father's project?
Sure, I don't see why not.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Louis Fisher. Or is it Fielding? What is it these days? Fisterwald, right?
That's Mr. Fisterwald to you. And who the hell are you?
I'm Agent Pearson. I'm with the COI. I'd like to speak to you about some alleged subversive acts.
Slag off, you lousy Fed. I ain't got nothing to say to you.
Well, we've got plenty to talk about. For starters, there's the subversive materials you've been handing out. You do know the penalty for treason, don't you?
I ain't committed no treason. And you ain't got nothing on me anyhow. If you did, you would have pinched me already.
I've half a mind to take you in just for the sake of it.
Go ahead and try. I'd be out of the stir so fast your head would be spinning. You can't touch me. I got friends. Now beat it. I got a job to do.
You haven't heard the last from me.
Go to hell.
I hear you used to keep some pretty interesting company, Louis.
What the hell are you talking about?
Dutch Schultz, Lenny Cohen, Moose Malone. Oh, I'd be willing to bet your old friends would just love to know where you are right now.
Where'd you get that?
Never mind where I got it. I think we're gonna have that little talk now. Or do you think your new friends are gonna be able to help you now?
You lousy Fed. Do you know what you've done? I'm a dead man. Dead for sure.
I'm a reasonable kind of fellow, Louis. All you have to do is talk to me, and this little matter just blows away. Now, where'd you get the invitation you gave Finster?
Shh! Not here. Are you crazy? They'll see me. They'll know.
Who'll know?
Oh, what's it matter? I'm a dead man. Dead for sure. I'll talk to you, mister. But not here.
Why not, Louis? Why not talk here?
I wouldn't. I can't. It's too late. He'd know. Look, he'd find me. I got a place. A safe place. Where he might not see me. We could meet there.
Yeah, I leave now, and you have all the time you need to skip town.
I won't light out. I swear. There's no point. I can't run anywhere. He'll find me. Please. Please. We'll talk. But not here. Anywhere but here.
You better be square with me.
I swear on my mother's grave. Just meet me there.
All right. Tell me where the place is. I killed some time waiting to meet Louis, then headed straight over to the address he gave me. I'd never seen a crummier old building in my life. I walked in feeling certain that rat had given me a bum steer.
Hold it right there! Federal agent!
Nazis. His gun is SS issue.
Hello? Anybody here? Hey, mister, what's the matter with you?
Just a little beat is all. What are you doing here?
Are you Jim Pearson?
Yeah, I am.
Man told me he'd give me a nickel if I gave this to you.
All right. I'm game. Here you go.
Thanks, mister.
Hey, what's in here?
Don't know.
Just like a Fed. Asleep on the job.
I just had the strangest dream.
Yeah, that's real sweet, kid. Now, if I can tear you away from the sugar plum fairies, I got a few more questions I want to ask you about Fisher's murder.
Sure, Detective, but didn't we already cover all this at the station house?
Things have changed. We found the rest of Louis scattered around Lake Erie this morning.
Oh, I see. What's on your mind?
Let's start with why the torso killer is delivering to you like he's your goddamn milkman.
I don't know anything about the torso killer, Detective. I was supposed to meet Fisher at this warehouse. He was gonna talk to me about this Brotherhood of Thule I've been investigating. Someone obviously got to him before I could.
Not someone, kid. The torso killer. This thing has his handiwork written all over it.
We've already covered this, Detective. It just doesn't add up. Fisher had to have been killed by this pro-German society to keep him from talking to me.
All right, all right. Suppose Louis was some kind of pro-Nazi sympathizer. But if this here Brotherhood offed him, like you said, to keep him from squealing, why would they do anything to connect them to him?
They wouldn't, but they might want to cover it up by making Fisher look like just another victim of the torso killer.
Maybe. But get this. Louis had the word Nazi carved in his chest. Whoever did this wasn't trying to cover up Louis' connection to some Nazi-loving bunch of weirdos. The person what did this hated Nazis. I think they were sending a warning to this here Brotherhood of yours.
I didn't know that. Now this really muddles things up. If I learn anything else, Detective, I'll be sure to let you know.
All right, kid. What do you know about the stiff in the abandoned factory? How does he play into all of this?
I'd never seen him before, but I'm pretty certain he was a German operative.
What gives you that idea?
The SSSU gun he was using to try to put holes in me. Has he been identified yet?
Don't ask me, kid. The FBI's handling that. Looks like you'll have to visit our pal Winslow for that information.
I still say that if you want to find Fisher's killer, you should find out who the dead crowd's friends are.
I don't buy that. They already got to Louis at that point. Why come back to his hideout and start poking around some more?
Maybe he had something they wanted.
Could be. It's about as good an explanation as we're going to get at this point, I guess. You remember anything else, be sure to tell me. Okay, Hotshot?
Of course, Detective.
What have we here? The Hotel Cleveland, huh? It looks like a tooth. I wonder why Louis kept it locked up. What the hell? These runes look like the ones I found in the bag. I wish I knew what Penske had been on to. Maybe his case has more to do with mine than I thought.
purpose mean?
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Do you have anyone named Mulehaven staying here?
That's Mullhaven, sir, and yes, I should think that the gentleman is staying here.
You seem pretty certain of that.
But of course, sir, Mr. Mullhaven is merely one of our best guests. One moment, sir. Front desk. How are you this evening, Mrs. Hathaway? Yes, of course, I'll have that delivered straight away.
Yes, sir.
Please deliver a newspaper to Mrs. Hathaway in 7B. And for God's sake, man, button that uniform.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
May I be of further assistance, sir?
So tell me about this Mullhaven fella. He seems to be a big shot around here.
Mr. Mullhaven is an esteemed guest here, sir. He maintains his own suite.
He lives here?
No, sir, but he travels on business from Chicago frequently. He keeps the same suite reserved.
Is Mr. Mullhaven in now?
He is checked in now, if that's what you mean, sir. I believe, however, that he is not presently in his room.
What room is Mr. Mullhaven staying in?
I'm afraid I can't divulge that information.
And listen, friend. I'm a federal operative on an official investigation. Now, are you going to tell me his room number, or am I going to have to take you up on charges?
Charges, sir? What charges?
Obstruction of justice, for starters.
Very well, then. Charge me with obstruction of justice if you must. I refuse to violate the trust of the management and the guests of the Hotel Cleveland. Make no mistake, however. I shall certainly complain to both my superiors and yours about your strong-arm tactics.
Why, I ought to take you in. Ah, forget it.
Sir, this is for guests only. Hotel Cleveland, how may I help you?
Jones? Well, this is Mr. Mullhaven.
Oh, sir, I hadn't seen you come in. How are you feeling, all right? You don't sound like yourself.
Never mind how I sound. Where's my blasted newspaper?
It hasn't been delivered.
No, it hasn't. What's the matter with you people?
I'm sorry, sir. I'll have it sent up straight away. Mr. Mulhaven needs a paper delivered to his suite. Weren't you to deliver it earlier?
Oh, I did.
Well, he didn't receive it. Now hop to it.
I delivered the paper. Lousy paper. 23.
23.
Mr. Mulhaven! Your paper, sir! Mr. Mulhaven! Lousy cheapskate can't spare a nickel.
Hello, Johnny. Rough day.
You said it, Mrs. Graham.
Maid service.
Was wollen Sie? Was wollen Sie? Was wollen Sie?
Now, this ought to come in handy if I need to get back in.
You said you wouldn't disturb anything.
Hans. And we shot, my dear.
You said you'd hurry right in and right out. I'll lose my job if anyone finds me here.
I wonder what that German's game is.
First he ruins my stakeout at McGinty's, and now we've got 2 dead men on our hands. Your boy's too green.
Pearson is more than capable of fielding this investigation.
Oh? And why wasn't my office notified?
This complaint falls under COI jurisdiction. This is Pearson's case, and he had every right to be there.
That's what you said about Penske. And you know what happened to Wally. He couldn't cut it, so the FBI
Don't you bring Walt...
Jimbo! How you doing, sport? We'll finish this conversation later.
Sorry if I got you in a tight spot, sir.
Never you mind about that, son. I'm more than capable of handling that grandstander.
I'm making some nice inroads on this investigation, sir.
I'm sure you are, son. How are you getting along, Jim?
I'm fine, sir.
I remember the first time I killed a man. It was during the Great War. I'll never forget his eyes. It can be a nasty business we're in, Mr. Pearson.
Yes, sir. Are you aware of any German nationals in town?
Well, actually, there is one. A man named Wilhelm von Hess. Our men in Washington have had their eyes on him for a long time now. We've no idea what he's doing in Cleveland, but we're sure as hell he's not in town for the Great Lakes Expo, as he claims.
Why don't we just ship him back where he belongs?
Now, there's the rub. He's here on a diplomatic mission. Even though our men have long suspected him of spying, we can't deport him without concrete proof, without risking an international incident. And relations between our country and Germany are touchy enough as it is.
Well, I think the man that I shot could be connected to von Hess. Von Hess may even be responsible for Fisher's death, although Detective Marilow doesn't seem to think so. You might be able to pin enough on him there to get him shipped off.
If we can make the connection stick, you can be sure that's the first thing we'll do.
Do we have any information on a man named Mulhaven?
Mulhaven? What's he got to do with this mess?
That's what I'm trying to uncover, sir.
Well, there's not an awful lot I can tell you. He's an industrialist from Chicago. He has a few contracts with the War Department. I believe he has some political aspirations. Apart from that, I know very little about the man.
Do you have any guesses as to where this might have been taken?
Looks like your man was caught in a rather compromising position. There's only one place that a businessman of Mulhaven's stature would go to, a place called Flanagan's on the east side. How'd you come across that photo?
Von Hess has been using it to blackmail Mulhaven.
Can you prove that?
I believe so, sir.
Wonderful. That is just what we need to have Von Hess packed off.
Mr. Sullivan, if you could, I'd like you to hold off on that for now. At least until I can find out why Von Hess is blackmailing Mulhaven.
Very well, Mr. Pearson. This is your investigation. I'll leave it to your discretion.
Thank you, sir. What did Winslow mean when he mentioned Mr. Penske's fate?
That arrogant... He's got a lot of nerve coming in here telling me how to do my job. Well, never mind about Winslow. One day he'll find out that what goes around comes around. It's Walt you wanted to know about.
Yes, sir.
Walt stepped on some toes, and when his behavior became a little overzealous, the FBI called in some favors, and poor Walt was put up before the board. They declared that he was suffering from nervous exhaustion. They packed him off to a sanitarium.
If I could, sir, I'd like to see Mr. Penske's case files. I believe there's a connection between this case of mine and the matter he was investigating.
It troubles me to hear you say that, Mr. Pearson. Walt was asked to step down from a case that had no bearing whatsoever on our national security. He countermanded direct orders by refusing to do so, and all on account of a bunch of superstitious nonsense. What possible connection could there be between his mumbo-jumbo and your investigation?
I know it sounds like a lot of nonsense to us, sir, but I think this Brotherhood of Thule believes in it. They've organized themselves around it, in fact.
Point well taken. Unfortunately, I don't have the Penske files. The FBI confiscated them, claimed that Walt overstepped COI bounds and interfered in their jurisdiction. Hoover's men won that round, I'm afraid. Perhaps if you were to ask Mr. Winslow, he could make them available.
Jimbo! Well, what brings you here, sport?
I was hoping you could give me a little information.
Sure, anything to help a fellow agent. Yeah, run along, Candy darling. Say, I hope you're not still sore at me for this morning. I think you're doing a fine job. We still friends?
Yeah, sure, Dick. We're still friends.
Great, just great. Say, can I get you anything? A smoke, perhaps?
No, thanks. I don't really like to smoke.
Oh, but have you ever tried one of these? They're imported straight from Turkey. Finest cigarettes I've ever tasted.
Have you fellas identified the man I shot?
Well, we're still working on that. My best guess is that he was working for the mob.
Even though he was carrying an SS-issue gun?
Yes, well, we did put an inquiry in with the German consulate. They disavowed all knowledge of him.
That's to be expected, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so. But Louis did have ties to the mob. It stands to reason that his past might finally catch up to him.
Well, Louis hadn't worked for the mob for years, but he was working as a messenger for this German Brotherhood.
Oh, really? And what brotherhood would that be?
An outfit that calls itself the Brotherhood of Thule. That's what I've been investigating.
You don't say. Well, my years of experience with the Bureau tell me that this was a mob hit. But if you really think that there's something to this Brotherhood thing...
I do.
Well, then Dick Winslow's not the type of man to leave any stone unturned. I'll make sure someone looks into it.
Does the Bureau have any information on a man named Mulhaven?
Why do you need to know?
I think he might be in a fix with some Nazis.
Look, I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but we've had our eyes on him for some time now. Joseph Mulhaven is the type of man who'll play both sides of the fence until he's certain which side will come out ahead. For the past year, he's been campaigning tirelessly in Chicago on isolationist grounds, but his companies have been secretly gearing up for the war effort. Well, he stands to clean up if America joins the war in Europe.
Would playing both sides of the fence include making deals with the Nazis?
It wouldn't be out of the question. But for all of Mulhaven's sins, he doesn't seem like someone who'd be very likely to sell out to the Nazis. Quite frankly, I don't think he has a stomach for espionage.
Do your men know of any German nationals in town?
Now, aren't Germans more up your alley, sport? We've got nothing to do with that sort of thing anymore.
All the same.
Well, just between you and me. There is a German diplomat in town by the name of von Hess.
What's his story?
Oh, he's a career politician for the German government. My superiors in Washington suspect him of spying, but really, if he were, what would he be doing in Cleveland?
I understand the Bureau has Mr. Penske's case files.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have them right here in my safe. Why do you ask?
I'd like to get a look at them.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry, Jimbo. I can't open them up without a direct order from my superiors. It's completely out of my hands, I'm afraid. Now, if it were up to me, I'd hand them right over to you.
There's no way I can get a look at them?
If it were only up to me. Oh, there's nothing in there anyway, sport, really, just a lot of nonsense. He went completely batty there at the end. Not a lot of time to talk right now, sport. Could you come back round again later?
Sure thing, Dick. The girl at the door downstairs told me that this was his regular room. I guess Mr. Mulhaven hasn't shown up yet. Dick? Sounds like he's busy right now.
Like that, huh? 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 Like that, huh?
I can't believe his combinations of football score. Why, I bet he didn't even let her. The Sunnyvale Rest Home. So that's where they've got Penske.
Jimbo! How long you been out here, sport?
Not very long. I just got here.
You, didn't by any chance hear anything, did you?
No, I didn't hear a thing.
Good, good. Say, I am a little busy now.
That's okay. I'll come back later.
That's awful swell of you, sport.
Sunnyvale seemed harmless enough, but I knew some strings had been pulled to lock Mr. Penske away. I thought it best not to stir up any more trouble than was necessary, so I looked for a nice, quiet way in. The back door into the laundry room did the trick. It wasn't long before I found Mr. Penske's room.
This room is restricted, sir.
I've got clearance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be out of your way in a minute. Now, Mr. Penske, I don't have time to fight with you today. Take it.
Mr. Penske, I'm Jim Pearson. I'm with the COI.
The COI, you say? Well, it's about time.
I I've reason to believe that you were working on something that's all mixed up in my own investigations. Can you tell me what it was you were working on?
Huh. That's what got me into this pickle in the first place. Do you believe in the supernatural, son? Spirits of darkness and forces beyond man's control.
No, sir, I don't. It all seems like a bunch of stuff out of pulp magazines and radio shows.
I didn't believe in him much either. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. But I've seen things. Strange things. And if your case is at all tied up in this mess that I was investigating, you better be prepared.
Yes, sir.
You don't believe me. Someday you will.
I found these in your office, sir. Professor Strauss's daughter helped to explain them a little bit. And I've also found some similar markings on some papers belonging to a group that goes by the name of the Brotherhood of Thule. But I can't make heads or tails out of it.
You ever hear about a gem called the Black Dahlia?
Just from the reports in your case file, sir.
The Dahlia. That's what it's all about, my boy. That's what it's all about.
What is this Dahlia?
It's pure evil. Is what it is. It feeds on blood sacrifice. Many men have tried to uncover its secrets and gain its power, and many men have been driven mad by it. You find the Dahlia. Destroy it. That's the only thing that will make sense of this for you.
I'm not sure why, sir, but my instincts are telling me that the Torso Killer's mixed up in all of this somehow.
Will you follow your gut, son? The Torso Killer's at the center of all this madness.
But how?
How many victims has he claimed?
8. At least that's all we know of.
Oh, you must find him quickly then. His bloody work requires a sacrifice of 9 men and women. If the prophecy of the ritual is true.
But how can I find him? The police have been working on this case already for months, and they're still no closer to tracking him down. Do you know who he is?
Oh, I don't know who the killer is. But I was getting close, I'll tell you. That's why I was put in here. I was getting too close. Why, if they hadn't locked me away, I would have had that man by now. Lousy bureaucrats. The doctors and nurses here aren't any better. They feed me pills all day when I could be out doing a job. But they don't give a rat's ass about a good day's work. All they want is government money. FDR giving handouts to everybody, sticks a palm in the air. I wonder when you could have stopped by, Doc. It's been a while since I've been poked and prodded. You know, I feel like a slice of prime beef. You know that? So what time is it? Seems like you were just here. So what you got for me now, Doc, huh?
What? No! Watch out!
Maybe a shot in the
No!
ass.
Mr. Penske! No!
What's What's happened?
It's the strangest thing. I keep having these weird, no, it's nothing. It's...
The man with the cane.
How did you know?
I've seen him in my dreams as well.
You were troubled by dreams too?
Yes. My dreams were violated by an evil man. He wielded a cane. He drove me to the brink of insanity.
How's this possible?
He who controls the Dahlia has the power to control dreams. But, I found a way of stopping them.
How?
There are 3 talisman. Sheltered by the wing of the raven, protected by the fangs of the wolf, and guided by the wisdom of the dragon. The raven feather shelters you from dreams, but if you had the other 2 items, you could fight back against your attacker.
This is too much. It's like something out of the shadow.
It's your only hope.
All right. Where can I find these things?
You'll find the raven feather in my office. Inside my copy of the Crusades. But you'll need all 3 talisman if you wish to confront your tormentor. The others will be more difficult to obtain. You'll need to get close to your attacker for those. Look for the totems of the wolf and the dragon. Return here with all 3, and I'll show you how to fight back against your attacker.
A load of hooey. All right, I'll be back as soon as I can get my hands on the voodoo trinkets. In your investigation, sir, did your evidence ever direct you to a place called the Raven Room?
No, nothing solid. More suspicion than anything else.
What did you suspect?
Well, that the nightclub was a front for something far more sinister. I mean, it wasn't long after I started putting my nose into their business that I was sent away here. There's some powerful people behind that club. If you're investigating them, better watch your step. I can't help you until you found all 3 talisman.
I followed my lead to Flanagan's, an upscale cat house that catered to the whims of their clients. Inside the rat's nest of sleazy businessmen, I found Mulhaven.
This is a private room.
I'm Jim Pearson from the COI. I've got a few questions for you.
I'm sure I have nothing to say to you.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you want to talk about this.
Where did you get that?
That's not important. What's important is you answer my questions, you cooperate, and I won't have to show this little photograph to anyone else.
Beat it.
I want to know why Von Hess is blackmailing you. What's he after?
He wants to get into the Raven Room. There's a party.
Party? You're gonna have to do better than that.
I swear it. It's true.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. A German diplomat blackmails an important American industrialist, not for state secrets, not for money or political votes, but to get into a party?
It's true, I swear it. I don't know why he wants to get in, but he does.
You must have some idea.
He's looking for something. He says it was stolen and smuggled out of Germany. I have no idea what it is. I swear it.
What can you tell me about this Raven Room?
It's just a social club, like any other. It's popular. Exclusive.
You're not giving me very much. Maybe you'll be a little bit more cooperative if I toss you in jail for collaborating with a German spy.
Okay. Okay. On the whole, that's all it is. But there's an inner circle. First, I thought it was just a means of celebrating our heritage.
You mean German heritage, right?
Yes, our German heritage. Despite Hitler, there's no shame in that.
All right, so what about this inner circle? What are they up to?
Well, as I say, first I thought it was merely a means to celebrate our heritage. The ceremonial robes and secret greetings were all kind of hokey, but I could make some important business contacts and meet some very influential people. People who could help me should I decide to run for office. Seemed harmless enough. Then they took this too far. They're bent on restoring an order. An old order of knights. I was gonna leave the club, but... You have the reason there in your hand. Von Hess won't let me out.
I want to get into this party.
It's too late for that.
Don't try to put one past me.
The invitations don't go to just anyone. They're prepared very painstakingly in advance. First, you need a copy of the invitation itself. Then, it must be signed by the scribe. Finally, it must be sealed with the crest of the order. Even if I could get you the rest of it, I can't get you the seal.
All right. Here's an invitation. And judging from the stuff you've got in your room, you're the scribe.
How did you get this?
Don't worry about it. Just sign it.
Very well. Won't do you any good without the seal.
This must be the raven's feather Mr. Penske was talking about. Do you have any idea why a kraut named Von Hess would be so eager to get into the Raven Room? He's been putting the squeeze on a Thule member pretty bad to get an invitation to this party of theirs.
You must go there.
What for?
The Nazis have been in pursuit of the Dahlia for some time now. If Hitler were to get his hands on the gem, I mean, who knows what kind of suffering the world would see.
There's only one problem. The party's by invitation only. And all the invitations have this seal from this old order of knights.
The followers of Landau.
Yes, that's right. The invitation's no good without the seal.
I've seen documents on display at the Museum of Natural History with that very same seal. I'll bet Miss Strauss would be willing to help you out.
All right. If I can't wrangle an invitation out of someone, I'll make my own. I was in luck. Helen knew where they kept an original stamp for the seal. She agreed to meet me at the museum after hours. I could use the stamp to make my seal, but I had to be extremely careful and return it to its display case as soon as I was finished. There was only one problem. I don't know, Helen. You're sure this is the right stamp?
Yes, I'm positive.
But the seals don't match.
I'm sure it's the right stamp. I guess it just needs adjusting.
You know how to do that?
Well, no, not really. You'll have to hurry. Fred will be making his rounds soon. I'll get in trouble if we're caught down here with that case open.
I'll do my best.
Hurry, Jim, or we'll be caught. Jim, are you all right?
Yeah, I just keep having these weird nightmares, that's all. I'm okay, I'm fine. Thanks.
Hurry, Jim, or we'll be caught. First you melt the wax on the paper. Then you press the seal into the wax. And voila, there's your sealed invitation.
Thanks, Helen. I better hurry if I'm gonna make it to that party on time.
Well, well. If it isn't Mr. Mulehead and his esteemed guest.
You must be James Pearson of the COI. Joseph's told me all about your little visit.
I've got enough to pin on you to send you back to Germany. Joseph.
I wonder if you wouldn't be so kind as to allow Mr. Pearson and myself to chat privately.
All right, listen, mister. I know what you're up to. And I know
My dear Mr. Pearson, you have no idea at all what I am up to. You are, how do you say it, in over your head.
Well, now, the way I see it is that you're the one who's angry. Now, maybe if you had some of your thugs here to back you up, things would be a little different. But right now, I'm the one holding all the cards.
We've somehow managed to get off on the wrong foot. For that, I am sorry. We are not so different, you and I, as you might think.
I am nothing like you.
Perhaps. But we are both after the same thing, no? I merely seek to return to my homeland what is rightfully ours. I prefer to do so as diplomatically as possible, without conflict. The incident at the loft was a terrible mistake. We were merely after the lackey's key.
Key? What key?
It looks much like an iron cross, does it not? It is a symbol of military honor in my country.
Well, it looks like I can add interfering with a federal investigation to the list of charges. I think it's about time you and I left quietly.
I have no intention of doing any such thing.
Let's not cause a scene.
Well, you're moving up in the world, sport. I never thought to see you at such a ritzy place as this. Have you met Elliot Ness?
No.
No buts about it, then you simply have to meet him. I'm sure you'd like to meet the ladies, too, huh? Young bachelor like you ought to knock them dead. Elliot, I want you to meet Jim Pearson. Now, he's the young fella I've been talking about. A man who's going to give the COI some legs to stand on.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jim.
Likewise, Mr. Ness.
Please, call me Elliot.
Oh, no, you can't leave without saying hello to the ladies now, Jimbo. What would they think?
Hello. Pleasure to meet you.
I'm sorry. I've got to run.
Don't be silly, Jimbo. You just got here.
I'll be sure to stop back later.
He's a bit of a strange bird, that fella.
What's back there?
Private room, sir. It's not open tonight.
But I just saw somebody go in there. Mulhaven's friend, Jane.
That's a good one. What is he, a spy?
If there's something back there, a spy would know.
I've been watching this door all night. There ain't nobody in there.
He went through when you were talking to Mulhaven.
Are you saying I haven't been doing my job?
I'm sure you've been doing a fine job watching the door. I haven't seen it go anywhere all night. There is a man back there, and I've got to get him. Now, am I going to have to...
To what? If you don't beat it, mister, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll toss you out in your can. Don't give me any more lip, mister, or else.
Oh, leaving so soon? Come have a drink with us.
Some other time.
Nonsense, nonsense. Come sit down with us.
This might just come in handy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the gala premiere of The Raven Room. We hope you've been enjoying the festivities so far this evening.
What's going on here? Huh? Break the door down.
Open the
Come on,
door.
get in there, dude.
Will you open the door?
Let's go. Come on.
Come on, fellas.
What are you doing back here?
What's going on here?
We caught this guy trespassed.
Call for a squad car.
Oh, shouldn't the Bureau handle this?
We'll sort it all out later. Call for a squad car.
All right, give us some room here. Let's go, people. This is official business. Come on, let's go.
This is my jurisdiction. It's a federal offense.
It happened in city lines, you federal son of a bitch!
Why, you provincial little... Elliot, help me out here.
This isn't the place for this. Meet me in my office in an hour.
I knew that Mr. Sullivan was going to be plenty sore with me for causing such a fuss at the Raven Room, but it was worth it. The next day I decided to avoid the office and give him a chance to cool down, while I headed off to Sunnyvale instead. Now that I had all three of his magic trinkets in hand, I was eager to see what Mr. Penske would do with them. Unfortunately, I never got the chance.
Where's Mr. Penske?
I'm sorry, who is it that you're looking for?
Mr. Penske?
I'm sorry, there's no one named Penske here.
But he was just in here yesterday. You were there, I saw you.
You must be mistaken, sir. This room has been unoccupied for some time. Are you sure you have the right place?
But that's impossible. He was just here. I saw it.
Sir! Are you all right, sir? You seem a little flushed. Perhaps I can find something to calm your nerves.
No. No, thanks. I'll be just fine.
My leads grew cold as the coming winter. I was still at a loss to explain Walter Penske's sudden disappearance, but at least the nightmares had stopped. Now I simply drifted in and out of a dreamless sleep. I lost all track of time, the result of too many restless nights that left me with little energy to uncover the secrets of the Brotherhood of Thule. How they were linked to the Torso Killer, I wasn't sure. 8 victims down, 1 to go, if this guy really was following the prophecy of the ritual. And afterwards, God only knows what might happen. Like the calm before the storm, I sensed that something big was waiting to happen. And somehow, I would be in the center of it all. Maybe this Madame Cassandra can explain to me what's been going on.
Madame Cassandra awaits you.
Something weighs heavy on your heart. What is it that is troubling you? Ow! Oh, your aura has been branded.
What?
Oh, your spirit. It carries a very dark cloud.
Ma'am, I'm not following any of your Swami act. Can you speak to me in plain English? How about we start with why you sent me this?
Why, you must be the young man from the COI.
That's right, ma'am. I'm Jim Pearson. Now, Madam
You're among friends now, Jim, please. My name is Cassie. Oh, Dottie! Dottie! Oh, hello, Dottie. Could you please bring Mr. Pearson and I a cup of tea?
Yes, madam.
This, Madame Cassandra bit, it's just for my clients. Thank you. Now, I'm sure there's lots to talk about between you and I.
Yes, ma'am.
Well then, shall we begin?
Have you heard from Mr. Penske? You mentioned in your letter that he'd been in touch with you.
Just an odd little note with no return address. It only just arrived. It said if I were to receive this message, he would be out of reach for some time, and that I was to contact you immediately on a matter of utmost importance. He didn't mention what that matter was.
How long ago was this?
I only just received his letter. I wrote you straight away. Walter wouldn't have sent me that message without good reason.
Are you and Mr. Penske very close to one another?
Well, if anyone can be close to that stubborn old mule, I guess it's me.
Well, I'm sure he's fine, wherever he is. Mr. Penske was supposed to help me with something that... Well, it may all sound a little strange.
There's nothing strange under the sun. There are only small minds with small views of the world around us.
Well, he had me find these 3 trinkets. A book, a feather, and this fang. There's some kind of magic charms that are supposed to... Well, they're to help me with some problems with these nightmares that I was having. He was going to show me how to use them. The darndest thing is, my nightmares have stopped. Only I hardly sleep at all now.
The talismans are only temporary measures. Walter understood that. He should, after all. That's what I taught him. The problem is that your aura is still branded. You must be cleansed.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Cassie, I just don't get what it is you're trying to tell me.
That's okay, Jim. Let me try to explain this to you in layman's terms. Your spirit has an energy which someone like me, someone with a trained eye, can see. That energy glows with a white light. With you, I see a black shadow surrounding that light. Someone has tried to invade your spirit. Those nightmares are merely symptoms. Your subconscious mind is much more powerful.
Whoa, you're losing me again.
Someone is attacking you through your dreams. The 3 talismans are keeping them at bay, but that's only temporary. You must use them against your tormentor if you wish to be free.
Okay. So how do I get this guy?
It is dangerous, but you must stop them at the source.
I don't care about the danger. I just want to get this guy.
I can put you in a trance. You can travel to your dream state and face the source of your nightmares.
No offense, man, but this all sounds like a lot of hooey to me.
Right. Is it any crazier than the nightmares that have plagued you already?
I don't guess so.
Shall we begin? Now relax. Concentrate on the locket. Block everything else out. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate.
She avoids their company. The fish are creatures of the moon, though she avoids their company. When the bird is away from the sun, she's with the moon. When the bird is away from the sun, she's with the moon. When the bird is away, but only when she's alone. The sun loves the bird, but only when she's alone. The sun loves the bird, and the bird sit on his right and left. The crown and the bird sit on his right and left. The crown and the bird sit on his right. Is away from the sun, she's with him. The sun loves the bird, and the bird sit on his right and left. The keys are creatures of the sun. The keys are creatures of the sun. The keys are creatures of the sun. if not chased itself by the star. The serpent will chase the comet's tail, if not chased itself by the star. The bird and the fish are the base of all. The bird and the fish are the base of all. The bird and the fish. Sets after the moon. The serpent rises after the sun and sets after the moon. The serpent keys are creatures of the sun and sets after the moon. Base of all. The bird and the fish are the base of all. If the comet is seen after the moon has risen. The comet is seen after the moon has risen. The comet is seen after the moon has risen. Sun and the key. By night he prefers the moon and the fish. By day the shield surrounds itself with the sun and the key. By night he prefers the moon and the fish. No twin can stand its sibling. No twin can stand its sibling. The shield when the moon is far away. The key follows the shield when the moon is far away. The key follows. No twin can stand its sibling. No twin can stand its sibling. No twin can stand its sibling. No. The star follows the key. The star follows the key. The star will rise and on which the moon will set. If west is the right and east is the left, you know on which side the sun will rise and on which the moon will set. If west. Though a lonely crown prefers the key, a lonely fish loves the crown. Though a lonely crown prefers the key, a lonely fish follows the key. The star follows the key. The star follows the key. The star. If west is the right and east is the left, you know on which side the sun will rise and on which the moon will set. The star. The key follows the shield when the moon is far away. The key follows the shield when the moon is far away. The keys are creatures of the sun. The keys are. The serpent rises. The bird and the fish are the base of all. The bird and the fish on its tail, if not chased itself by the star. The serpent keys are creatures of the sun. The sun loves the bird, but only when she's alone. This bird said.
Thanks for your help.
You're quite welcome, Jim. I'm glad to help.
I was in this giant hall, and at the base of a throne, there was a pool, and around the edge of the pool were these little stones. And then when I placed one of those stones in the pool, I saw things.
The stones are iconic. They are a representation or a symbol of a person. These icons allow you to see who they represent through your dreams. It's a simple matter to create these icons. All you need is a personal item or some kind of totem to represent who you want to see.
I saw myself in there. I was at this very table in a trance. You were by my side.
Yes. Your attacker must have obtained a totem of yours. Any personal item of importance would have worked. A lock of your hair, something you cared about deeply, like a family heirloom.
My St. Christopher's medal. It's been missing.
Yes, that certainly would have worked. Of course, you could turn the tables on him and see him in your dream if you had one of his totems. It would have to be something personal, something that was part of him, something that he uses regularly.
If I knew who he was, I wouldn't need to see him in my dreams. I'd go straight after the son of a bitch. Excuse me, ma'am.
It's quite all right, Jim. I've heard far worse. It's true, finding an appropriate totem won't be easy. It may aid you yet.
All right. If I can find anything like that, I'll be sure to bring it to you.
What's on your mind?
I know you're going to think this is a little screwy, sir, but... well, I am convinced that there is a connection between this Brotherhood of Thule and the Torso killings.
I'd say you'd lost your marbles, but I think I know you a little better than that. All the same, that's rather a large leap of logic, don't you think? What proof do you have?
Nothing firm, maybe just a hunch.
I'm gonna need something more solid than a hunch.
Well, for starters, there's Louis Fisher. We know he worked for this Brotherhood, and he was only killed after I got a hold of him at the Raven Room. Now, I think he was killed by this Brotherhood to keep him from talking, and they sent his head in a box to try to scare me away. But Detective Marilow is convinced that he was murdered by the Torso killer. That's a mighty big coincidence, don't you think?
Go on.
Well, here's the really screwy part. There's the Black Dahlia.
The Black what?
Dahlia, sir. It's a rare gem. Legend has it that whoever has this thing will be granted great powers, but only after you give it a blood sacrifice of 9 victims. It's hoodoo nonsense, sir, but it must be pretty valuable. Because Von Hess was just a little too eager to get his hands on it. That's what got him into hot water at the Raven Room.
What does this gemstone of yours have to do with the Raven Room?
I think this Brotherhood uses the Raven Room as a front. And whoever's behind this society, he's the one with the Dahlia. That's what Von Hess was trying to get in the club's back room.
Now let me see if I've got this straight. The Brotherhood of Thule uses the Raven Room as its front, and they have this magic gemstone the Nazis want? And, if I understand you correctly, the Torso killings are all on account of this Black Dahlia as well?
I know it sounds half-baked.
I don't think it's even made it into the oven, Mr. Pearson.
Trust me on this one, sir. Please. I know I don't have any proof, but if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of this. The Torso killer is connected to the Brotherhood of Thule, and all these murders are tied up somehow in this black gem of theirs.
Very well. I'll let you pursue this. For now, talk to Winslow and Marilow. See what they've got on the Torso killings. See if you can't find some solid evidence of a connection to the Raven Room. Now, I'm sure I don't need to tell you we can have no more incidents like the one we had at the party. See if you can't handle this a little more delicately.
Thank you, sir. You won't regret this.
See that I don't, Mr. Pearson.
What happened to that Von Hess fellow?
He's in Winslow's hands. I've requested that he be turned over into our custody, but I'm afraid the FBI has all the pull with the men in Washington right now. I should imagine, however, that at the very least, he'll be deported to Germany.
Come in. What can I do for you, Pearson?
There was some ruckus with that Von Hess fella.
Yeah. Funny how he just happened to get caught back there like that, huh?
Yeah, it was funny that way.
I got a little something for you. I don't know why I pocketed this, but I did. I got mad when Ness handed that crowd over to Winslow, so I kept it. This'll probably do you more good than it will me. I don't know what it is, but I saw the crowd drop it. He seemed plenty upset when he couldn't find it.
Thanks, Detective. This might be a big help. Do you know what happened to the medallion Von Hess had on him?
What?
The medallion. It was shaped like an iron cross. He had it with him at the party.
Sorry, kid, I don't know anything about that. But if he had it with him at the party, the FBI should have found it when they tossed him.
I'd like to see the evidence in the torso case.
Yeah, right, kid. Why would I need another Fed interfering in my investigation? One's plenty.
Because I think I can help you.
You know, kid, you made me curious. Why do you need to see the torso evidence?
Come on, Detective. You smelled a rat ever since my man's head turned up in a box. My case is all wrapped up in this torso killing business. You know it, I know it. All I'm asking for is a little help. Let me see the case file. If anything in my investigation turns up that should have a bearing on your case, you'll be the first person I come to. Or, if you prefer, I can go straight to Winslow.
You know, I'm beginning to like you, Pearson. You'd have made a good cop. Who knows? Maybe you can help me. Nothing like getting a fresh pair of eyes on it anyways. Here you go. Knock yourself out.
Have you found any similarities among the torso victims?
Hard to tell what with the little bits left of them. Only stiff we've positively identified other than your man was the killer's first victim, a kid named Angelo Santini.
What do you make of that one?
Kid was a street hustler, petty thief. At first we thought maybe he crossed the wrong man, but when the other bodies started popping up, we knew Santini wasn't a revenge killing. We don't have a whole lot else on him.
I wonder if this Santini's home bears checking into. Any crime scenes bear checking into?
Funny you should mention that, because there was one place I was just thinking about checking again. We found a few bodies around a pond just off of Kingsbury Run. The sewers all run into it. We thought he might be using them, but there are miles and miles of them. You might want to try checking them yourself.
What about the newspapers?
Damned if I know, kid. It's the strangest thing. The bodies came wrapped in them. Now, we thought he might be leaving behind a clue for us, but we haven't been able to figure out a pattern. Papers came from all sorts of different times, different places. Nothing sticks out. Maybe you can figure out a connection.
I'll do my best. Where's the rest of the evidence?
What do you mean? It's all there.
Well, unless the killer changed his methods just for Louis Fisher, the rest of them should have been found wrapped up as neat as a butcher's steak.
Oh, nothing slips by you, does it, Hotshot? Thing is, that's all I've got. Winslow's been stalling with the evidence from Louis' murder for weeks. Says his boys have it in the lab. Now, if I was the cynical type, I'd say he was withholding evidence so I couldn't find the killer. I'd say he was trying to hog the credit for himself, while we working stiffs do all the work. But that'd just be if I was cynical.
Thanks, Detective.
Anything for you, kid.
What can I do you for?
I'd like to see the evidence in the torso case.
Jimbo, that's hardly your jurisdiction.
True, but I believe there's a connection between my case and your killer.
That doesn't seem very likely. How do you figure?
Well, there's the Lewis Fisher murder.
Lewis Fisher worked at many different places and made quite a few enemies. It doesn't surprise me that the torso killer was one of them.
Detective Merlo tells me you've still got some of the evidence in the torso case.
Our boys are going over the evidence very thoroughly. We've had a late start on this case. Marilo's been working on it far longer than us, and he's gotten nowhere. Now that we've been called in, we intend to do the job right. If there's one thing in this world I can't abide, it's incompetence.
Oh, so it's not because Detective Merlo has a leg up on you, like he says.
I'm gonna be the man to catch this killer. But I suppose I should look into it and make sure my men return the evidence once they're done with it.
What happened to Von Hess?
We're questioning him right now. I imagine he'll be sent back to Germany shortly.
Did he spill anything?
Said he had every right to be at that party. Won't say what he wanted in that back room, though.
Did you find anything on Von Hess?
No, nothing important. Just some papers, money, that sort of thing.
No medallion?
Well, yes, now that you mention it, he did have some sort of cross on him. Why? What's so important about it?
I think that medallion plays a part in my investigation. I'm not sure what just yet, but I'd like to get my hands on it.
Oh, no, that's not too likely. Now, he may have had his hand caught in the cookie jar, but he's still an important diplomat. Now, we just can't pass around his personal belongings now, can we, sport?
He stole that medallion.
Do you have any proof of that?
No.
Then I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
What happened to Mr. Penske? What did the Bureau do with him?
Why, whatever you talking about, sport?
Why was Mr. Penske moved from his room at Sunnyvale?
Look, now, I don't have any idea what it is you're all worked up about. Last I heard, he was shipped off to a sanitarium after his crack-up. Now, if he had been moved, I'm sure it was due to his doctor's recommendations.
It seems to be locked solid.
This is his room.
The police already searched here many times. I don't know why you need to see it again.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm just new to the case. Just thought I'd have a look around, see if I could see anything that maybe some of the other detectives might have missed.
You leave things the way you found them. You won't disturb anything.
You won't even know I've been here, ma'am. I'll leave this place exactly as I found it. I was raised to pay respect for the departed. Do you know of anybody that would have wanted to harm your boy, ma'am?
Everyone loved my Angelo. He was a sweet angel.
Do you recall him getting into any fights? Someone with a grudge against your son?
My Angelo was not killed because of a grudge. He was killed by a monster. My boy never hurt nobody. He was a good boy.
I'm sure he was, ma'am. I'm sure he was.
I'm going to leave you alone now. I would just be in your way here.
Thank you, ma'am.
I told you not to touch anything, you son of a bitch!
So, Angelo and Louis knew each other. And why doesn't it surprise me to see two torso victims hanging out in the clubroom of the Brotherhood of Thule?
Mrs. Santini, I am indeed interested in the items that you described to me at our last meeting. I have made arrangements to supply you with payment in the amount that you requested. Meet me on Thursday at the usual time and place where the exchange can occur. I promise you that I will not be late this time and that your security will not be compromised. Walter Pensky.
So that's how Mr. Pensky got those runes. I guess Angelo did cross the wrong guy after all.
Mrs. Santini? Mrs. Santini!
What is it?
I'm sorry to have disturbed his room, ma'am, but I found something. I know this can't compensate for the loss of your son, but I know that Angelo would have wanted you to have this.
Bless you, Mr. Pearson. You're a good boy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come in. What can I do for you, Pearson?
Has Winslow returned the evidence yet?
Yeah. The newspaper we found with him is in the file. That's what you wanted, wasn't it? Think you can find something in that?
Too soon to tell, Detective. Thanks, Detective.
Anything for you, kid?
I arrived at the pool at Kingsbury Run, hoping to find a few clues. I found something else.
Hold it right there, mister!
That's fresh blood, all right. He must have cut his hand pretty bad. I better make a note of these weird symbols. I've seen that cross shape before. It looks just like the medallion von Hess had at the party.
Jimbo! What can I do you for?
I need that medallion you found on von Hess. Isn't there something you can do, Dick?
No can do, sport. I can't just pass around federal evidence now, can I?
It's extremely important. I wouldn't ask you if it weren't.
Why? What's so important about that cross, Jimbo? You look like the cat that ate the canary.
I followed a suspect through the sewers underneath Cleveland. He managed to get away, but I found a secret chamber. I think this man's the torso killer.
The torso killer? Well, we've long suspected he had such a hideout. His work's too messy to be conducted just anywhere. But what's this all have to do with that cross, Jimbo?
Well, I didn't find a hideout, not exactly, but I came to a dead end. There was a door that looked like it had some kind of strange lock. A cross-shaped lock, about the size of that medallion.
You don't say. Well, that certainly is interesting. I'll send some men over to take a look. You just tell me where that is.
No dice.
Oh, I'm the one with the jurisdiction over the torso killer.
And I'm the one who's invested all his time and energy in the Brotherhood of Thule investigation. And now that it's about to bust wide open, I am not turning it over for all the money in the world.
Well, seems we've reached a bit of an impasse. I can get the medallion. You know where to use it. All right. All right, I'll make you a deal, Jimbo. I'll come with you. I get the credit for solving the torso killings. You get the credit for cracking this Brotherhood of Thule thing, huh? Not bad for the career, that.
I'm not looking for a career boost, Dick. I just want this case solved, and these murders stopped.
Well, of course. Oh.
Better be on the level with this secret hideout, Jimbo. I'd hate to ruin a new pair of shoes for nothing.
It's back here, all right. I could barely keep up with him. Nearly lost me in these blasted tunnels.
I would have imagined he would have come at you with an axe.
Oh, God.
Good Lord, this place is awful.
I need that medallion now.
Here you go, sport. I trust you know what to do with this.
I'll cover you from here. I don't think that's a good sign, Jim. Jim, look at the faces. Oh God, I think I'm gonna be sick. Sorry, buddy, you're on your own.
Dick! Dick, come back! It stopped!
Well, I guess it's just you and me now, you sick bastard. Now, obviously, I can't open this door. There must be some other way to get in there. The back of the Raven Room. The torso killer is connected to them.
Our brotherhood grew strong. Fehu Isa Dagos.
Fehu Isa Dagos.
Stand steady, brothers. Go now.
That pendant. That's just the sort of talisman that Madame Cassandra said I should find to use against him. The candlestick. That must be the trick to getting into that cabinet. Damn. I guess they found out about my secret back door. killer's talisman. I'm sure that this was just the sort of thing Madame Cassandra was talking about.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Cassie. Could you put me in a trance?
Of course. Let's begin. Now relax. Concentrate on the locket. Block everything else out. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate.
I've got to rush off. I'll explain later.
What about
I'm sorry, I don't have the time. Thanks.
I'm telling you, I saw his secret lab. I saw the way in.
Are you crazy? You know I can't get a warrant out of your trip to a crystal gazer.
There's no time for a warrant. I thought you'd want to know when I'd come across the killer. I guess I was wrong. But something weird happened down there, and I'm gonna find out what it was. With or without you.
Wait, kid! I want in on this cockamamie scheme of yours!
You got a smoke? I didn't know you smoked, kid.
I do now.
Come on, kid. I thought you knew what you were doing.
Are you ready, Detective? Our killer's hideout's right down those steps.
I called some of my men. They should be here to back us up soon. But just in case. Looks like we're a little late to help victim number 9.
That can't be. It's him.
You know the stiff?
That's the killer. I'm sure of it.
You were wrong, Jim. That poor sap couldn't be the killer. But at least we found his hideout, even if he isn't here. You did good work. We'll get some clues we can use out of this.
And they're all gonna point to that man right there on the altar, Detective. That's the killer. I'm sure of it. There's his cane. Someone took it.
Took what, kid?
The Dahlia. It's missing.
Elliot better have taken anything. Elliot, I want these amateurs removed immediately. They've botched everything. Why, if we hadn't been tipped off that they were down here...
Amateurs? We just bust this case wide open. We weren't too chicken to...
I had enough sense to get a search warrant.
You're just
now we won't be able to use
sore.
one shred of evidence.
Sore because we found the killer's hideout first. You're worried our mugs will be on the front page instead of yours.
There'll be no contact with the press about this.
Mr. Ness?
You just busted illegally into a club owned by some very important people. People with contacts to Washington, all the way to the top. They're gonna be very unhappy with what we found here.
You can't just cover this
Mr.
up.
Pearson, you're way out of your jurisdiction here. You're in no position to be arguing with anyone.
But how can you...
I'm gonna do what's in the best interest of this country. President Roosevelt was just on the radio. The Japs have bombed Pearl Harbor. We're going to war.
My involvement with the Torso murders ended with little fanfare in December of 1941. Officially, the case remained open and unsolved, but no new bodies were ever found, and no new suspects ever turned up. The mess at the Raven Room was hushed up, but there were those of us who knew that a 9th victim was found in a secret lab underneath the streets of Cleveland. They later identified him as Dr. Eisenstadt, an expatriated Austrian aristocrat who had fled Europe during the rise of Hitler's Nazi Party. Whether this man was merely the last of a series of victims, as the police believed, or the Torso killer himself, as I had always suspected, no one was able to say. His murderer remained unknown and at large. In early '42, I finally got my wish and was transferred out of Cleveland. By then, the US of A was up to its neck in the struggle against the Axis, and so the COI had been given new powers and renamed the OSS. I said my goodbyes to Mr. Sullivan and shipped out to Europe. Unfortunately, I couldn't rid myself of Dick Winslow. His connections landed him a cushy new post in England as liaison to the British Secret Service. By spring of '45, things looked good for the Allies. We'd made the push all the way to Nuremberg when I was called in to investigate a bomb-proof vault full of stolen art treasures. My reputation as an expert on Himmler and his SS spook squad and their crazy fascination with the occult, along with what they'd found among the miles of old mine shafts, had the brass calling for me in a hurry. Occult symbols marked the walls. Symbols that bore an uncanny resemblance to a bag of runes I still carried in my possession. It was my first solid lead on the Dahlia in 4 years.
You've been pulling junk out of that joint for hours now. I swear, those crowds hoisted everything but the kitchen sink. I think they even got one of my paintings in there, and I ain't paid it nothing since Mrs. Kaufman's art class in the 5th grade. Say, that reminds me.
You ever come up for air, kid?
What's that, sir? Oh, yeah, the mouth. Yeah, the boys all say I put the powder in Paterson. Paterson, New Jersey, that is. That's where I'm from.
What's your name, Private?
Private Benjamin J. Schwartz. Sir. Most folks just call me Benny.
You're okay, Benny. How about filling me in on this room you found?
Oh, yes, sir, Captain. I'll tell you what, it's a real creep show back in there. Kind of stuff make even Boris Karloff crap in his drawers, you know what I mean? Yeah, some of the boys tried to go back in there, but they got that place all rigged up. Petey was nearly crushed to death when that big door shut on him. Whatever it is they got hidden back there, they sure didn't want just anyone waltzing in and hauling it off. This is it, Captain. Good luck.
Thanks, Benny.
So, any luck yet, Captain?
I'm, still working on it, Benny.
Good work, Captain. I thought it'd take a bazooka to get that thing open.
Thanks, Benny.
Hey, the brass is gonna want to hear about this, and pronto.
Better go tell him then.
It's empty. Someone must have beat me to it. This one's empty too. I hope I'm not too late. At last, the Black Dahlia.
Good work, Captain. We'll take over from here.
Take over what from here?
That gemstone there, I'm gonna have to ask you to hand it over. We're cataloging every item we take out of the place.
I'll do no such thing. I've searched high and low for this gem, and I'll be damned if I turn it over to anybody but my superiors.
Sorry, Captain. Just following orders from General Bradley. If you like, you can take it up with him. In the meantime, I'm gonna have to insist you hand over the gemstone.
All right, Sergeant. I'll play it your way. But you can be sure as hell I'm taking this up with your superiors.
If you like, you can fill out a requisition with the Quartermaster Corps. I doubt you'll have much luck, but you never know.
Soon after the war was over, my outfit, the OSS, had been disbanded. I'd found work as a bounty hunter for the State Department, tracking down war criminals for the tribunals taking place in Nuremberg. It was while I was still there that I received a hot tip from a former Austrian resistance fighter. Several former SS officers were supposed to be gathering at an abandoned monastery near the Swiss-Austrian border. Even more interesting was the small village near the monastery where several corpses had turned up in the surrounding lakes. They'd been dismembered, torso style. A frontal assault seemed too risky, so I searched the place for another way in. I found it almost by accident.
can't reach it.
Well, that way's just a one-way ticket to an early grave. What's that over there? Well, that didn't do much of anything. This will come in handy. That tomb, if it's what I think it is, it holds the remains of Landulf of Capua. Sweet Jesus, this place is giving me the creeps. The skull is missing. Then the ritual item. Someone else must already have it. Oh, shit. I can't see the steps.
Know then, O Thane of distant empires in the future age, that in your time has returned a great doom that bodes destruction to your world and your god as well as mine own. In centuries past, this holy place was devoted to the great grey god of Asgard, leader of the Aesir. On this spot was his altar dedicated, and here did those who served him return when they were discovered among the legions of Christ. In this place was the ritual of his return to be undertaken, and here was he most foully betrayed by usurpers among us. As did Irdolf in ages past, they undertook to assume his mantle and establish their suzerainty. I was the keeper of the sacred triad who endeavored to secret Dahlia's chamber from their unclean hands, leaving them its empty shell. And it was I who was chosen as their witness and final sacrifice, whose rived soul was left among that encasement's shattered remains as theirs were sent to torment in Hades. Long have I watched and waited for the next witness, he who would complete my bitter quest. And now must I enlighten you, the unwitting enemy of my God, in order to forestall his usurpation. Shatter Dahlia's prison to convey the grey god to those who would mock him. Keep it not for thine own purpose as I so unwisely did. Go now through the egress that I have long ago prepared. Preserve your soul and that of your nation. Let him sleep his icy sleep, forever safe and forever unwaking.
I made my way out of the crypts through the rubble of the ruined monastery. Before I knew it, I found myself in the vestry of the old church. I was getting close. Very close.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Von Hess, fancy meeting you here.
Who?
What's the matter? You don't remember me? Well, I guess it has been a while since my days at the COI in Cleveland.
Ah, Mr. Pearson, if I'm not mistaken.
No sudden moves.
It'd be a shame to have to use this.
Don't be a fool. You're hopelessly outnumbered. You won't get out of here alive.
I suppose I was dumb enough to come in here without any backup, do you?
You're bluffing.
Just go ahead and try me. Besides, your men aren't going to be doing any shooting as long as I've got you here.
It seems that you have me at a disadvantage, then.
You're damn right I do. So now you're going to answer a few questions for me.
As you wish.
I want to know what really happened back in Cleveland in '41. How did you get to Dr. Eisenstadt?
But I didn't get to anyone. I was held for questioning. I was in your custody the entire time. When war broke out, I was sent back to my native land.
Then who killed Eisenstadt? Who took the Dahlia?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't play me for an idiot. You were in the Raven Room for a reason. Who killed Eisenstadt?
I swear I did not kill this man.
Then who did?
I do not know.
You're lying. Spill it.
Do what you must to me. There are fates worse than that.
What's going on out there?
They are sanctifying the ritual items.
What items?
You know, it would be better for you if you let me go. You are in an impossible situation here.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern. Now, I'm not going to ask you again. What ritual items?
The skull and the chalice.
It won't do you any good without the Dahlia.
But how did you know?
I've spent 5 years trying to figure out what that gem's secret was.
Then you know whoever controls the Dahlia can control the world.
What is it with you Krauts and ruling the world anyway?
You realize you have no hope here. Your situation is hopeless. You are surrounded by a force of men who was once the elite officers of the SS. I can assure you, however, that if you surrender, you'll be treated most considerately.
I know what your idea of consideration is. A bullet in the back of the head. I don't think so. You've been playing me for a sap ever since Cleveland. I've had about enough of it. Tell me who's behind all this.
I don't...
Tell me!
You are so like a boy, playing at cops and robbers. You have no idea when you are in over your head.
Maybe I should just hand you straight over to the Nuremberg tribunal. We'll see how you like to talk when you're staring at the gas chamber.
Winslow, what the hell are you doing here?
Oh, I can't let you get all the glory, eh, sport?
But how did you...
Well, my informants must have received the same tip as you. We came to investigate the monastery. We saw you bumbling around back here. Looked like you might be in a spot of trouble, so I thought we should lend a hand. Who's your prisoner?
He's an acquaintance of ours from the old days. You remember the Nazi we arrested in Cleveland? His name's Von Hess.
Why, it is Von Hess. Mind if I have a word with him?
I guess not.
Where is it?
But there wasn't time. We couldn't get them all out. You must understand that the lock mechanisms were difficult. But don't worry, my men are on it. We'll have it back soon.
What's going on? Not now, Jimbo. You left it behind.
The Americans were everywhere!
You bungling idiot! What the hell are you doing?
Never could abide incompetence. Yo, I think it best if you drop that gun, sport. Nasty thing could go off at any second.
I don't get it. What's your game, Winslow?
Oh, you always were rather naive, Jimbo. I thought we just got lucky when he led us to the Brotherhood's messenger, but really, Dr. Eisenstadt, the torso killer himself. Oh, it's almost too much to ask. And he led me right to his back door where you wouldn't suspect a thing.
You were the one that killed Eisenstadt.
Oh, yes. Guilty as charged. Not as smart as you thought you were, eh, sport?
Smart enough to get to the Black Dahlia before you.
You have it.
Yeah, that's right, I have it. But you tell me, if this thing is so important, why'd you ever let it go?
It was that fool, Hitler. What a pathetic little man. We thought of him as a god, but what did he do when we handed him the means to control the world? He buried it underground.
Where the damn thing belongs.
Oh, Jimbo. You disappoint me. I thought you, of all people, would appreciate its grandeur.
There's nothing grand about it. That gem's brought this world nothing but evil.
Sacrifices have been made. But, isn't that the truth behind all of man's glorious endeavors? The pyramids were built on the backs of 1,000 slaves. The Colosseum on the blood of its gladiators. Empires on the lives of their soldiers.
All testaments to madmen. Pencil dicks like you.
Where is it? Where's the Dahlia?
I sold it to a $5 whore. How is your mother these days, Dick?
Clever, Jimbo.
Oh!
Where is it?
Shove it up your ass.
Oh, well. I didn't expect you to cooperate. But you shan't deter me for long. I will find the Dahlia.
Not if I can help it.
Oh, Jimbo, really? You're in no position to stop me from doing anything.
As long as I have the
How about you
Dahlia.
don't, do you? You were quite good there for a moment, sport. I really did believe that he had it. But if you really did have it, you never would have told me, now would you?
So now what?
Well, we could spend a few hours torturing you just for fun. But I'm afraid I really don't have time for that now. The only thing to do is to kill you. It's a shame, really. Always did like you, Jimbo.
I can see you're all busted up.
Goodbye, old sport. Tata Ian.
Winslow seemingly vanished into thin air. When I reported his treachery to the State Department, they told me they had nothing on him. I decided my best bet for finding Winslow would be to find the Black Dahlia. An enterprising corporal at the Quartermaster Corps had stolen it and put it up for sale on the black market. A little convincing helped him to remember selling it to a young pilot named Matt Collins. I arrived at the base where the pilot was stationed, hoping to catch up to the Black Dahlia once more.
Smoke?
Thanks, Mac. What can I do for you?
Looking for a pilot named Collins?
You're too late.
What do you mean? He shipped home?
No, Mac. He went down a few days ago. Damnedest thing. Best pilot in the squadron. 22 kills during the war, and he doesn't get so much as a scratch. Now his plane goes down during routine maneuvers. Mechanical failure, they think. His chute didn't work neither. Damn queer, if you ask me.
What was this Collins like?
Best guy in the squadron. What'd you want to see him for?
I'm looking for this black gem. Corporal in the quartermaster's office told me he sold it to Collins.
Yeah, I remember it. Weirdest piece of rock I ever did see.
You know what he did with it?
He sent it home to his girlfriend. He was nuts about that girl. Always sending her stuff. He knew she'd love that rock on account of how she had this thing for black.
Is Bunker around here?
Yeah. You're standing next to it.
Mind if I have a look in his locker?
Be my guest. Ain't much in there.
What's this? This letter from his girl?
From Lizzie? Yeah, that's her. They was always writing to each other.
She's a looker. She live in L.A.?
Yeah, Mac. You ain't kidding about her being a looker. Real hot stuff, that one. You thinking of looking her up once you ship back to the States?
Yeah, just might do that. You, mind if I keep the photo?
Sure, whatever you want. Doesn't take long for the vultures now that Maddie's out of the way.
How's that?
Lizzie's a popular girl all of a sudden. You ain't the first guy to come around. There was another fellow in here yesterday. He was a blonde guy. Real arrogant snob. Called me Sport. He wanted a picture too. Said he was shipping home, was gonna look her up first thing once he got back to the States. Back to the States. Back to the States. Back to the States.
I left Europe and caught the first train out of New York. I was headed to Los Angeles and a girl named Elizabeth Short, hoping Winslow hadn't got to her first. I knew if he found her and the Black Dahlia, it wouldn't be pretty. It would take me several days to reach L.A., and Winslow already had a head start. There was nothing I could do but sit and wait and fear for the life of a girl I'd never met, who couldn't even begin to suspect a killer was headed her way. recognize those black cigarettes anywhere. Winslow's been here.
Yes, sir?
Who sat at this table before me?
I don't know, sir. I just came on this shift.
Is there any way that you could find out if it was a man named Winslow?
I'm pretty busy, sir. They got me covering 2 stations.
Come on. Be a pal. Winslow's an old Army buddy of mine.
Army, huh? I was with the Marines myself. All right. I'll go check the charts. Sorry, sir. Your buddy's not aboard.
Are you sure?
I checked the charts. Nobody named Winslow came through my car.
Well, who had this table before me?
I don't remember, but it wasn't your buddy.
Can't you check your charts again?
Why don't you go bother the conductor? He should know who all's on board.
Thanks.
I've got to check on that other car now, sir.
Thanks for your help. Sorry, I must have the wrong compartment.
Got the wrong compartment, jerk! Why, I never!
What's your problem, mister? You some kind of peeping Tom?
I'm sorry, I had the wrong room.
We've been getting complaints left and right about you from the other passengers. Well, I ain't gonna stand for any of this. I don't need any monkey shines from the likes of you. I want you off my train.
What do you mean?
You're getting off at the station.
You don't understand. You can't do that.
Oh, yeah? Just watch me. But Johnny, we've got a problem here. This man has been bothering the other passengers. See to it that he gets off at the next stop.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Robinson.
But if you give me a minute to explain.
Porter, what caused the delay?
Oh, some nut was causing problems. Don't worry, he's no longer on our train.
There's one in every crowd. Will we be late in reaching Los Angeles?
We'll do our best to make up the time.
Good. I have some rather important business to attend to there.
Come in. This area is restricted, sir. Passengers really shouldn't be back here.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you. I just had a few questions.
All right, but make them quick. I am busy.
I've got an old buddy of mine on board. I was hoping you might be able to tell me his room assignment.
You don't say. Small world, ain't it?
Sure is. Can you tell me his compartment number?
Well, sure. What's his name? I'm sorry, but Mr. Collins left specific instructions not to be disturbed by anyone. I'm afraid I can't give you his room assignment.
Come on, be a pal. I haven't seen him since we marched into Berlin together.
I'm sorry, friend, but I can't do it. It's railroad policy. If you'd like, I could see he gets a message.
No, that's all right. I wanted to be sure I surprised him.
Are you sure you don't want me to pass along the message?
Yeah, thanks.
When I find the idiot that pulled that cord...
Conductor, excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you tell me
Not now, mister. I've got to check on the emergency.
Yeah, but...
Yes, ma'am. And I'll be sure to have a wheelchair waiting for you when we reach Chicago.
Hey, what the hell?
Damn. I wish I knew what it had said. That ink. It must be drugged.
The witness, pure of heart, empty vessel to consummate the ritual and bear Gila's brand. Mimir's counterpart, innocent watcher that bears the brand to alleviate the master's pain. Suffer one night for each covenant, and await the bearer of the brand.
Excuse me, I think there's been some kind of mistake here.
Oh. Where am I?
I believe you're in my sleeping compartment.
Oh, my head. Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean you're a sleeper?
This is my sleeper. I just boarded and I find you passed out in my bed.
Where's Winslow?
Who?
Collins. Wait a minute. You just boarded, you say? Where are we?
Chicago.
Chicago. Oh, I must have been out for hours.
You should learn to handle your liquor better.
I wasn't drinking. I was drugged. Somebody drugged me. I was trying to catch a fugitive. He must have been onto me. He tricked me.
Fugitive? What are you, some kind of a cop?
Yeah, something like that. I'm very sorry, Miss...
Casey. Alice Casey.
Listen, Miss Casey, I'm very sorry to have bothered you. I'm gonna be going now.
Oh.
It's very nice running into you.
Oh. Why of all the lousy...
I'd better give her a chance to cool off. She seemed pretty steamed.
Come in. Look, there's a reason this area is off limits, you know. Can't this wait until I make my rounds?
I hate to keep bothering you like this, but, well, I had a couple of more questions.
All right already, but make it snappy.
Excuse me, I was wondering if you knew what happened to my friend, Mr. Collins.
Your friend got off in Chicago, transferred to the Express.
The Express?
Yeah, there's an Express out of Chicago. It gets to L.A. about 20 hours ahead of us. Your friend was in a real hurry. Didn't even have time to switch his baggage.
You left his baggage behind?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, thanks.
Sure, mister. Sorry you missed your friend.
How long until we arrive in Los Angeles?
That won't be for several days yet, sir.
I've seen this stone before. It's the same type as the one they used for Landolf's sarcophagus in those weird crypts. I better make sure that Winslow doesn't get this stone.
There. Now I mess up his plans.
Mind if I have a seat?
It's a free country.
You still sore about this morning?
It's not every day I find a strange man in my sleeping compartment. I might not mind it all that much if you weren't so smug about it.
I was just trying to get a little rise out of you.
Men. You think awfully highly of yourself, don't you?
Not particularly. What do you think about me?
I don't think much of you at all.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Jim Pearson.
I'd like to say it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Pearson.
Well then, Miss Casey, I'll just have to make sure that it is. Let's say I apologize, and we start over fresh.
All right. But there won't be any third chances.
So you really didn't see the man who had the sleeping compartment before you?
No, I didn't. It was empty when I got on in Chicago, except for you. Are you really a cop?
Well, not exactly. I used to work for the OSS.
The OSS, really? Were you a spy?
Of sorts.
And this man you're after, what's he done?
Well, he's a murderer and a traitor for starters. That's enough right there to send him to the chair. It's probably not even half of what he's done.
And what about you, Jim? What have you done?
I'm not sure I get what you're after.
You must have seen and done things the rest of us can only imagine. How thrilling it must have been.
Well, it's not like in the books or the picture shows, Alice. It's not thrilling. It's not any fun at all. It's nerve-wracking and gruesome and tragic. And when my man's finally behind bars, I'm gonna give it all a long rest.
Well, I'm sure it beats the heck out of being a waitress in Skokie, Illinois.
Oh, I don't know. I think a guy could learn to like a quiet life in a place like Skokie. So where are you headed?
Los Angeles.
You don't say. I'd headed to Los Angeles myself.
You too. Well, what do you know? Here I haven't even so much as set foot in Los Angeles, and already I've made a new friend.
So what's out there for you?
Why, Hollywood, of course. I'm going to be a movie star.
Well, blondes are a dime a dozen out there, I hear.
You said you'd play nice.
Oh, I know how to play nice. That's just that teasing's more fun.
Why, if a girl knew you any better, Mr. Pearson, she might think you were flirting with her.
Well, if a girl knew me any better, Miss Casey, she might know it.
We'll be in Los Angeles in the morning. What will you do when you get there?
I'll start looking for my man.
You?
I suppose I'll look for a place and try and find a job. You won't forget about me, will you?
When you're a big star, I'll say I knew you went.
Now you know that's not what I meant.
When all this nastiness is over and done with, I'll be sure to look you up. I promise. In the meanwhile, I've got to try to get some sleep.
Good night, Jim. And good luck with your search.
Thanks. Good night, Alice.
Jim,
Yes?
don't forget your promise.
Don't worry, Alice. A guy's not very likely to forget a pretty girl like you.
Next stop, Los Angeles. We'll be pulling in 10 minutes. This is the end of the line, folks. Los Angeles. Next stop, Los Angeles. We're pulling in 10 minutes.
I left Alice with a quick goodbye. I had other things on my mind, like finding a killer and finding Elizabeth Short before it was too late. I checked into a hotel across the street from Union Station and unpacked my things. The first thing I needed to do was call the police. They might be able to help me.
Number, please.
Give me the police department.
One moment, please, while I connect you.
LAPD.
I need to speak to a detective, please.
What's the concern?
I have reason to believe a young woman's life is in jeopardy.
Oh, yeah? From whom?
It's sort of a long story.
Listen, buddy, we don't have any time for cranks.
Sir, this is not a crank. The woman's name is Elizabeth Short. A man named Winslow is after her. Last I heard, he was using the alias Collins. I think he's already killed her boyfriend.
All right, pal. You've got my attention. What's the boyfriend's name again?
It really is a long story. Can't I explain it all to you at the station house?
Yeah, the guy you need to talk to is Detective Maxwell, but he's on his way out the door right now. Can you meet him someplace?
Okay. How about Gabe's Diner? It's right across the street.
The Greasy Spoon across from Union Station.
Yeah, that's the one.
He'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
Number, please.
Is there a listing for an Elizabeth Short?
One moment, please. I'm sorry, sir. I don't have a listing for that party.
Thanks.
Would you like another number, sir?
Is there a listing for Matt Collins?
I'm sorry, sir. That number has been disconnected.
Thank you.
Would you like another number, sir?
Never mind.
Been able to clean it too much. But this is her room. Yes, this is where she stayed until a few weeks ago. But I had to evict the poor thing. Rent in arrears for months, and she started to mooch off the other girls. Lizzie was a dear thing, but I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. And at my age, that wouldn't be very far.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Underhill. You've been a big help.
Not a thing, dear boy, not a thing at all. If I can help you, just say the word.
Do you have any idea where Elizabeth is now?
If I know that girl, she's with a man, or at a bar looking for a man.
Now, what makes you say that?
The girl was always bringing men home, all hours of the night. I don't like to speak ill of those not present, but between you and me, the girl was a lush and a tramp. She was upsetting the other girls with her behavior. That's why I had to kick her out.
Do you know if Elizabeth received any packages from Europe?
Only every day, until her beau passed on. Shame what happened to him.
It certainly was.
I remember the day that telegram arrived like it was yesterday. Poor thing went into shock. Hasn't worn a stitch of clothing that wasn't black ever since. Started touching the bottle, too. And I don't approve of that at all. No siree. Then she started bringing the men folk into the house. And that was the last straw. I had to get rid of her, the poor thing.
Do you recall her receiving anything unusual?
Well, oh, there was this queer gem. It was black with strange little carvings on it. She was so proud of it, showed it off to me and every girl in the house. Personally, that stone gave me the creeps.
Wonder if this place is worth looking into. Find what you're looking for yet?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
I was surprised that someone as reportedly down and out as Elizabeth Short could afford to stay at a place as classy as the Biltmore. When I saw the neighborhood, I knew that this wasn't the world-famous Biltmore Hotel, just a second-rate imitation meant to attract suckers.
What can I get you? Nothing right now. Maybe later.
Suit yourself.
Excuse me, have you seen this girl?
You a copper?
No, buddy, nothing like that. I knew her fiancé.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that Maddie must have been some guy. That's all she ever talks about.
You've seen her then?
Yeah, she comes in here all the time, regular as oats. But she's not in here now, though.
Thanks, buddy. I'll try back later.
Number, please.
That's me, Jim Pearson. Never mind.
Making them as fast as I can, Gracie.
Excuse me, Detective Maxwell?
Yeah. Have a seat.
I'm Jim Pearson.
This better be worth my time.
Oh, it is, Detective. Don't worry about that. I'm trying to find a woman named Elizabeth Short. I believe she's in danger.
That's what you said over the phone. What's the trouble?
Well, it all starts over in Europe. Her fiancé, a pilot named Matt Collins, bought a contraband item on the black market. It was lifted from a stash of Nazi art treasures.
What kind of contraband item?
A gem. They call it the Black Dahlia.
Uh-huh. So what happens to this black, whatchamacallit?
Dahlia. Well, just before Collins is due to ship home, his plane crashes under very suspicious circumstances. He just sent the gem back home.
Let me guess. He gave it to this Short girl.
Yeah, that's right.
So what's so important about this gem? It worth that much money?
Well, it doesn't look at all that valuable at first glance, but it's got a long history. Supposedly, it's got some mystical qualities.
Oh, it's a magic rock.
You know, Detective, I don't know what it is that I did to get off on the wrong foot with you, but I'm not a crackpot. This story's true. I've spent years on the trail of the Dahlia, and maybe it's nothing more than a worthless piece of rock, but there's been an awful lot of killings over that gem.
All right, buddy. Don't get yourself into an uproar. I'll check into it. But that's about all I can do for now, unless you're holding something back.
I'm not holding anything back, Detective. I'm trying to help.
Good. I like it that way.
I believe a man named Winslow is in Los Angeles. He's a dangerous criminal.
Who's this Winslow? I never heard of him.
He's a spy. Used to work as a political liaison for the FBI. He served in Europe during the war, and I crossed paths with him when I used to work for the OSS.
Say, a secret agent. We don't get many of the X9 types around here.
You can check with the State Department if you don't believe me.
Don't think that I won't.
All right. Fair enough. I just recently discovered that Winslow was a former SS agent. I tracked him across half of Europe before following him out here to Los Angeles.
Sounds like this is a personal vendetta.
The guy's a butcher and a traitor. Yeah. You bet it's personal.
Any warrants out for this guy? Got any proof?
Not a whole lot I can make stick. That guy's extremely clever. He doesn't leave a lot of witnesses behind.
All right. So what do you want me to do about it?
Just help me stop him before he kills again.
I don't like the sound of that, Pearson.
I'm just warning you, Detective.
All right. I'll check around about this Winslow. But let me warn you, you better not cause any trouble, because if you do, I'm gonna be all over you. You got any more stories for me?
Oh, what's the point? You haven't believed a word I've said so far?
I'll check into this, Pearson. Just on the chance that there's something behind that cockamamie story of yours. But unless you got some cold, hard facts from me, don't be bothering me anymore.
All right, Detective. If that's the way you want to play it, that's fine by me. If anything happens, though, I just, well, I hope you don't have any trouble sleeping at night.
If anything happens, I'll have your sorry ass behind bars. But don't worry about me. I'll still sleep just like a baby.
Anything for you, honey?
No, thank you. Just seem to have lost my appetite.
Suit yourself.
Jim!
Oh, hello there.
What's the matter? Aren't you happy to see me?
No, it's not that. I just had a meeting with the detective from the LAPD about the matter I was investigating. Didn't go very well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but what brings you in here?
Oh, I'm trying to find a job. Just something temporary until I get my big break, that
You
is.
all settled in?
Why, yes, I've taken a room at the Sunset Arms Hotel.
No kidding. That's where I'm staying.
Well, it's a small world. I'll have to stop by and say hello now that we're neighbors.
Sure, Alice. That'd be swell. Listen, I've got to run. But you be sure to stop by anytime you like. Say hello. I'm in room 217.
That detective wasn't very helpful?
No, I don't think he'd believe me. Listen, I'd love to stay and chat, but really should be getting back to work.
All right. When I stop by, you can tell me all about it.
You bet. Bye, Alice.
See you around, Jim.
May I help you, sir?
Can you tell me if a package was received here on today's train in from New York?
Certainly, sir. Your receipt, please.
What?
Your receipt. I'll be happy to retrieve your package, provided you have the appropriate receipt for said package.
I don't have a receipt.
Oh, then I certainly can allow you to sign for it. Regulation number 50073 provides that no cargo...
But I don't want to sign for it.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. What is it you wish to do?
To see if a package has arrived.
Well, how can I possibly see if it's arrived if you don't have the appropriate receipt for said cargo?
Well, how do I get a receipt?
The shipping clerk at the point of departure should provide the appropriate receipt for all packages received at this point of destination. Oh, perhaps your clerk was a bit negligent? Well, Form 20200 provides a forum for customer dissatisfaction.
Forget it, pal.
As you wish, sir. Thank you, sir. Come again.
I'd like to see the shipping manifest, please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you.
I'll just need to see your receipt first.
I need a receipt to see the shipping manifest?
Oh, certainly not, sir. You need a receipt to receive your baggage. Regulation number 50072 provides that under no circumstances shall any person...
Look, I don't have any baggage.
Then why would you possibly need to see the shipping manifest? Thank you, sir. Come again.
May I help you, sir?
Does all train cargo come through here?
It certainly does, sir.
Could you tell me if a package came through on today's train from New York?
That would be the province of the receiving clerk, sir.
What is it exactly you do here?
We ship, sir. Thank you. Come again.
You're doing a real fine job here.
Oh, why, thank you, sir.
May I help you, sir?
I'd like to know if a package has been signed for.
Do you have it?
Never mind.
May I help you, sir?
I'd like to ship something.
Very well, sir. What is it you would like to ship? Very well, sir. Will that be standard or express?
I don't care. What difference does it make?
Well, express gets there faster, but at a somewhat greater expense.
Well, I need this right away. Better make it express.
Very well, sir. And its destination?
Here.
Here?
Here. Can't you hear?
Very well, sir. That will be 75 cents. Thank you, sir. Come again.
May I help you, sir? I am sorry, sir. Your package has not yet cleared through our system. May I help you, sir?
I'm expecting a package.
Do you have a receipt?
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. I'll retrieve your package immediately. I will just have to have you sign for this, sir.
Let's see who signed for Winslow's crate. The ABC Moving Company.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Number, please.
Do you have a listing for ABC Moving Company?
One moment, please. ABC Moving. When you want something moved, it's as simple as ABC. This is Amy speaking.
Yeah, I need to check on a cargo your office shipped.
I'm sorry, sir. You need to speak to Steve about that. He's not in right now.
Is there someone else I can speak to? It's somewhat urgent.
I'm sorry, sir. Everyone's gone home for the weekend. I was just about to lock up myself. Perhaps you could try again on Monday.
All right. Thanks anyway.
Number, please.
Never mind. The ABC Moving Company was closed. I jimmied the lock and was into their offices in no time. Jeez, I don't even know where to start. No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
Hello? You know what you're doing? You're driving me crazy. All right, let's try it again. Amateurs.
Ah, there's the file I need.
Hiya, buddy. Well, where's the latest King Productions film being shot?
This is it, stage 10.
Oh, thanks, Chief.
Hey, wait a minute. It's a closed set. You got a pass?
I need to speak to Mr. King.
Yeah, you and every other schlep in town. Now, unless you got a pass, take a hike.
Excuse me. Are you Elizabeth Short?
Who are you?
I was an acquaintance of Captain Collins.
Oh, Maddie. Maddie's dead.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, Miss Short.
Thanks, mister. And call me Lizzie.
Sure, Lizzie. My name's Jim.
Did you know Maddie very well?
Not as well as I would have liked. Everybody makes him out to be a real hero.
My Maddie, the war hero. Were you a hero, Jim?
Oh, I don't know. More than anybody else.
Well, how about the hero buys a girl a drink?
Sure, Lizzie. I got one bourbon and, what do you have?
Gin.
Gin and gin for the lady.
A girl could get to like you, Jim. You keep treating her this way.
Did Matt send you a black gem when he was stationed in Europe?
Matt sent me a lot of things.
Well, the way that I hear it from Mrs. Underhill is you weren't very shy about showing that gem off.
Mrs. Underhill is a cheap gossip.
Did he send you a gem?
Yeah, he sent it. He knew how to treat a girl like a real lady. You know how to treat a girl like a real lady, Jim?
Well, I guess it all depends on which girls you talk to.
Can I see the gem Matt sent you?
It's someplace safe.
Can you take me there?
Are you trying to feed a girl a line, Jim?
I'm trying to help you. I've got reason to believe that you're in some real danger.
Who would want to hurt me? I don't have an enemy in the world. All I got is friends, right, Ike?
You said it, Lizzie. A man named Winslow is after that gem of yours. He's killed a lot of people trying to get it. I think he might have been responsible for Matt's death.
Maddie? But the Army said it was an accident.
I don't think so.
Buy me another drink.
Don't you think you've...
I said buy me another drink. If you won't, there's plenty of guys in here who will.
All right. Another round for us, Ike.
Coming right up.
This won't help, Lizzie.
It helps just fine.
Hey, come on, let's get out of here.
What for?
I don't like it here. Let's go someplace where we can talk in private about Matt and that gem he sent you.
Maddie? Maddie's dead. What more is there to talk about?
I'm sorry, Lizzie. I'm just trying to help.
You're too late. Now go away. You're giving me the blues.
It's never too late. All right, how about tomorrow?
Yeah. I think so. Hold on a second. Your name Pearson?
Yeah?
It's for you.
Hello?
Houston, this is Sergeant Ramsey, LAPD. Detective Maxwell needs to see you.
I'm kind of busy right now, Detective. Can I wait till tomorrow? Say, how did you know...
We found a body. It's been cut up pretty bad. You still there, Pearson?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'll be right down at the station house.
We're at Manhattan Beach.
Manhattan Beach?
I'm at the crime scene next to the marina. Hurry your ass over here.
I'll be right there. I've got to go, Lizzie. Meet me here tomorrow afternoon. I'll buy you lunch.
All right, Jim, I'll meet you. Maybe it ain't so bad after all.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm worse. You'll just have to get to know me.
Story of my life. Every guy I meet seems to turn out to be a louse.
I'll see you tomorrow then. Don't forget.
Tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Can I buy the lady a drink?
Mister, you just said the magic words.
There was no crime scene at Manhattan Beach. By the time I tracked down Detective Maxwell at the station house, I knew something was wrong. Dead wrong. I didn't mention Elizabeth Short, but I did tell him about my call. He looked at me like I was crazy. He hadn't called. The Biltmore was closed, and I had no leads on where Elizabeth Short might be, so I sat, and I waited, and I worried. She never showed for lunch. I had no proof, but I knew Winslow was involved in all this. And I didn't like that thought. I didn't like it at all.
Do you mind? Would you cut that out?
Has Elizabeth Short been in here recently?
Not since the night you was here.
Not your lucky night, I guess. She left with another guy.
What do you look like?
I'm not sure as I can recall. And most nights she leaves here with a guy. Surprised she didn't just leave you a key.
Key to what?
Are you naive or are you just stupid?
Maybe both. So humor me.
What kind of keys do women leave for guys in hotel bars?
Forget it, pal. I've got more important things to do than talk in circles with you.
No skin off my back, Jack.
She give out keys to her room often?
Often enough to keep a locksmith in business.
I don't suppose she would have left one with you.
Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't.
Can you get me into her room?
Could be. What's in it for me?
Ah, nuts. I don't even know if you can get me in or not.
You'll never know, buddy, now will you?
Yeah, well, at least I won't go broke trying to find out. Are there any spare keys to Elizabeth's room?
Maybe she left one with me. But I'm not running a charity here. What's in it for me?
She would never have left the key with a guy like you.
Why not?
Yeah, with a face like yours?
What's wrong with my mug?
You probably don't even know which room she was staying in.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's room 201, mister. Not that it's any of your business.
Well, thanks a lot.
For what?
Thanks for nothing, buddy.
Anytime.
Doesn't seem to be anything in there worth looking at. You're sure you don't remember this guy?
I don't know. My memory's still kind of fuzzy.
Seems to me the only face you can remember is Washington's face on a dollar bill.
Well, Mr. Washington's got a mug a guy can remember.
Your memory is gonna make me broke.
Yeah, I seem to recall a guy come in here and put the moves on your girl. Blonde guy. Real stuffy. Liked to smoke these, black cigarettes. She left with him.
Do you know if she's been back to her place?
She hasn't.
How would you know?
Because she ain't been up in her room, that's how.
How would a guy like you know where her room is?
Because she lives right upstairs in 201. Hey, what's that supposed to mean, a guy like me?
A looker like Elizabeth isn't gonna waste time with the likes of you. Do you have any idea where he was taking her?
What's it worth to you?
You better cough up something good, buddy.
Sorry, friend, I can't help you. I have no idea where he took her.
I ought to sock you.
Oh, what good would that do you?
Might not do me any good, but it would sure make me feel a lot better. Oh, nuts. Forget it. I haven't got a dime.
Come on in.
Afternoon, Detective. Who's your friend?
That's Detective Vernon. Where have you been since last night?
Cruising Beverly Hills? I thought I might settle down out there, you know. Maybe break into pictures.
You ain't been to see your girlfriend yet? The one you was telling me all about over lunch?
You mean Elizabeth Short?
Oh, shucks, John. He's got so many girlfriends, he's not even sure which one we're talking about.
Can't he speak? Maybe you should tell me what this is all about, Detective.
Just tell us where you went after you left the station house last night.
Say, he does speak. You train him yourself?
Cut the wisecracks, Pearson, and answer the question.
I'm not answering anything until you tell me why you're playing hardball with me, Detective.
It's about the Short girl. We found her this morning in an abandoned lot. She'd been cut in two. Some sadistic bastard took his sweet time torturing the girl before he butchered her. Right now, you're our prime suspect, wise guy. So now that we've got the pleasantries out of the way, you mind telling me where you went after you left the station house?
I was following up leads on my own investigation.
What investigation would that be? You see, I did a little investigating of my own. After we talked, I put in a few calls to some boys I know in the military. State Department claims you haven't worked for them for months.
My arrangements with the State Department have been pretty loose. I hunt war criminals for them. My men go straight to the Nuremberg tribunals.
Yeah? There are a lot of Nazis roaming around L.A.?
I already told you. I'm tracking a former SS agent.
Oh, yeah, that's right. X9. I forgot you were after the boogeyman. Let's quit crying wolf. You're holding out on me. You can tell me now, or I can take you down the station house and let Vernon take a crack at you. I guarantee you'll tell us then. So start talking. Where did you go after you left the station house?
Listen, you've got the wrong man. You want a man named Winslow. If you'd listen to my warnings, Detective, Elizabeth Short might be alive right now.
Don't try to tell me how to do my job. I've put in 22 years here. I've seen some pretty nasty things, but nothing like that sick son of a bitch did to the Short girl.
Winslow is a cold-blooded murderer.
A cold-blooded murderer I could live with. This is something else. The guy cut her up, and he looked like he had fun doing it.
Winslow did it! I'm sure of it.
I checked around on this Winslow. No one's heard of him. No one's seen him. As far as anyone's concerned, Winslow never existed. But plenty of people have seen you, so let's try this again. Where did you go after you left the station house?
I was doing your job.
Watch the mouth, asshole.
One more time, Pearson. Then I let Vernon tap dance all over your face. Where were you last night?
He was with me, Detective.
Where are you?
She's not...
It's all right, Jim. I can handle myself. I'm Alice Casey. I'm staying in room 311.
All right, Miss Casey. Let's say he was with you. Can anyone else corroborate this?
Alice,
I said it's okay, Jim. Such a gentleman, always trying to protect my honor. I'm afraid there is no one else to corroborate. We were alone. What we were doing doesn't exactly lend itself to company.
There's something fishy about all of this. Doing my job, huh, Pearson? Don't even think about leaving town. That goes for the both of you. We will be back. Come on, John. Let's shove off.
What? You're gonna let him off the hook just like that?
I got my reasons. Let's go.
Did I do all right, Jim?
Alice, you're amazing. That was some damn fine acting. I think Mr. Goldman ought to be begging to put you in his picture.
I did do all right, didn't I?
You were great. Why did you protect me? It's not going to give you anything but grief.
I couldn't just stand by and do nothing while they beat you. I just knew you could never have done what they think you've done. But I'm sure you know who did, and you've got to catch him.
If only it were that easy. Winslow's as clever as he is ruthless. He'll be a difficult man to track down.
Won't you please tell me about it? Maybe I can help somehow.
This isn't play acting.
You can't do this alone, Jim. It's far too great a job for one man. Let me help you.
It's too dangerous. I could never let you get in harm's way.
Well, maybe I can help in some other way. I could set up interviews. I could make phone calls. I know I'm new at this, but maybe I can think of some new leads. Two heads are better than one.
I must be going crazy.
Does that mean I can help?
All right, you can help.
You won't regret this. Where do things stand?
Well, I have some solid leads on how to track down the Black Dahlia, but as for Winslow, that's another matter. I have no idea what alias he's using, where he's hiding, what he's planning to do next. The only lead that I have is a crate of his that I traced from the train to a movie studio soundstage, but it's a closed set.
A movie studio? Say, that reminds me, did I
Now's not the time to be thinking about the picture business, Alice.
No, it's not that, Jim. It's just that when I came by, before I knew the detectives were here, I came to tell you some exciting news. Congratulate me. You are looking at the new script girl for RKO Studios. I start today.
RKO? Isn't that where King Productions is filming?
Why, yes, I believe it is. It looks like my good fortune's working for both of us already. I can get you on the set. I'll stop around later and leave a pass.
This is wonderful. I may have underestimated you.
Bet you won't make that same mistake twice. time. I've got to get going. Don't want to be late for my first day. See you later, Jim.
May I help you, sir?
Do you recall buying a somewhat unusual black gem? Would have had some strange markings carved into the surface and would have been sold to you by a dark-haired woman, very pretty, face that's hard to forget?
Yes, sir. The young lady was remarkable, but not half as remarkable as that gem of hers. In all my years in the antique and curio trade, I have never seen an artifact such as that.
Well, I'd like to buy it back. The young lady has had a change of heart. It was a gift from her late fiancé.
Oh my, how awful. I'm afraid I can't sell it to you, sir.
I'm willing to pay top dollar.
No, it's not that. It's not that at all. I can't sell it to you because I don't have it. I sold it to another gentleman this very morning.
Who did you sell the gem to? No, wait. Let me guess. Blonde guy smokes black Turkish cigarettes?
Yes, that's a gentleman, all right. A friend of yours?
No, not a friend.
Ah, a rival then.
Yeah, something like that. Listen, it is very important that I find this gem. Do you have any idea where I might be able to find this man? Did he say anything at all about where he might be staying?
I'm afraid not, sir. He paid cash for the gem. Paid very handsomely for it. He did give me another item in trade as well. It would have been very valuable had it not been damaged. Of course, he'd had it repaired.
An item? What sort of item?
A rather unusual gentleman's walking stick.
Walking stick? You mean a cane?
Yes, sir. A very finely crafted cane, with a strange frontispiece. The top half had been replaced. The repairs had been very well done, but in the antiques market, the damage had already been done. Yes, it would have been very valuable indeed had it not been flawed.
Can you show me this cane?
Certainly, sir. You can see the flaws in it.
Eisenstadt's cane.
Oh, you know the item. I'd begun some preliminary research, but I'd been unable to learn its history.
Eisenstadt was a man that I knew back in Cleveland. He was the cane's previous owner. Who owned it before him, I couldn't even begin to tell you.
Yes, of course. It looks as if it's quite old.
How much do you want for it?
Well, I don't normally put things out to market until I've completed the research. For you, sir, I'll make an exception. $100.
I thought you said it wasn't valuable.
Oh, no, sir. $100 is a mere fraction of the price it would fetch if it were in pristine condition.
That's about all the money I've got. All right. $80, $100.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hear anything new?
Your girl sure is popular. The coppers are upstairs casing the joint. If I was you, I'd scram.
Thanks for the advice, pal.
Hey, you practically paid for my retirement. It's the least I could do.
Thank you, Alice. Now this pass should get me on the set. The pass that Alice left for me worked like a charm. With it in hand, even that gorilla at the door couldn't keep me off the set.
Roll the camera. Action.
Oh, please, Dr. Sorbo, spare his life. I'll do anything you want. Anything. I beg you, please, to spare my Harry.
Cut! 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 What was that? What's happened here?
Sir, the lights burned out again. I tried to requisition them, but Mr. King hasn't been around to sign off on them.
Where's Al? He should be here. You call that begging? My dog begs better than that.
Sir, Al's at home sick again.
Again? Doesn't he realize my film is being ruined here? It's being sabotaged by incompetence. I can't take any more of this. Send everyone home. That's a wrap. We'll try again tomorrow.
Sir, don't you want to try just one more time?
Oh, what's the use? Send everyone home.
Okay, people. We're calling it a day. That's a wrap.
So anyways, I've been getting all the best jobs ever since I got a new agent. I can hook you up with them if you want. I'll catch you later.
So, how's the new script girl doing?
Oh, it's far busier and far less glamorous than I could have imagined. But otherwise, it's simply perfect. I'm loving every minute of it.
Set seems a little chaotic here.
From what I've been told, everything that could go wrong with this production has gone wrong.
What's the story with the guy who's about to put a gun to his head?
Who? Simon? Oh, he's under a lot of pressure to make sure this film gets done right. I've talked to the crew. He's an absolute dictator. But at least they don't blame him for the problems with the film.
Who do they blame?
Al King, the producer. They say he's been away from the set when the productions needed him most.
Al King, the producer, signed for this. He must be working with Winslow. But why? I found the crate from the train with Winslow's tags on it. Al King signed for it.
Could he possibly be the connection between Winslow and the studio?
Oh, you don't think he could? No, he couldn't possibly be connected with your killer. Mr. King is a big, cuddly teddy bear of a man. He's the sweetest thing. If you were ever to meet him, you'd know.
Yeah, I wish I could. Why isn't he on the set?
He's homesick. Say, why don't you come round to the house later?
What house?
Mr. King's house. I'll be spending the afternoon there helping him with his work. You can meet him yourself. Then I'm sure you'll see he couldn't possibly be the type of man that would help that Winslow.
You know, that sounds like it might not be a bad idea. You're sure Mr. King wouldn't mind you inviting visitors around his place?
Oh, he won't even know. People come in and out of his house all the time. We can say you're there to pitch an idea. This manhunt of yours is a perfect story. I should be going. Mr. King will be expecting me soon. Stop round later. His house is the last one on Pacific Shore Road. You can't miss it.
Okay, I will. Say, this is some spread.
Thanks. I had Frankie Wright design it himself.
Mr. King, I'd like you to meet Jim Pearson. He's the man I've been telling you all about. He's got some fascinating stories.
Alice, I'm sure Mr. King doesn't want to hear about it.
So you're the man my Alice has taken such a shine to. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jim. Mi casa es su casa. That's Spanish.
Yes, my house is your house.
Ah, so you hablas de Espanol, huh? You know, Alice, you've got yourself a very bright young man here. And you, mister, have got the next big star in my girl Alice.
She is a very talented girl.
She's gonna be huge. Bigger than Hepburn, bigger than Hayworth. She'll be packing them in all around the country. I'm gonna see to that myself, or my name ain't Big Al King.
Al, you said I was gonna be a big star.
Baby cakes. The Monster Men from Planet X is gonna be your ticket to fame.
Oh, what about me, Al?
Girls. They don't call me the star maker for nothing. You're all gonna be stars. You'll be bigger than the Lemon Sisters. Come on, girls, let's soak.
Don't you want to hear my story?
Stories can wait, but the young ladies. In the meantime, mi casa...
Hey, su casa. Got you, Mr. King. Well, he doesn't seem very sick, does he?
No, I suppose not. Perhaps he's just been overworked.
Yeah, like the king of the harem. Whatever possessed you to come to Hollywood?
Why, what do you mean?
Everybody's an actor out here. It's not a genuine person in the entire lot. Big Al, he's the phoniest of them all. Hey, mi casa es su casa. Guy learns one line of Spanish and thinks he's sophisticated.
Oh, you rotten! Well, I happen to love it out here. And as far as Mr. King is concerned, he is a very sweet, generous man.
Yeah, I'll just bet he is.
And what is that supposed to mean? Say, you're jealous.
I am not.
Yes, you are. You're jealous of Al King. How sweet. You know, you're kind of cute when you're jealous.
For the last time, I am not jealous.
If you say so, Jim. Have you found anything yet?
I'm still looking.
The sarcophagus was made from a rare German marble. That almost sounds like the stone in Landolph's crypt, but... Winslow. There. That looks like the original. I wonder where this shooting lodge is. Alice, have you seen this fraternity photo?
No, I don't believe I have.
That's Winslow back there with Al King.
That's Winslow?
Yeah, that's him. Listen, if you get a chance, could you ask him about this? Try to find out what you can about it.
I'll turn on the charm.
Yeah, well, just don't turn it on too much. I know how Mr. King likes the ladies.
Don't you worry about a thing. I can handle Big Al.
Is Mr. King an astronomy buff?
What gives you that idea? Oh, the telescope. I think he uses it for spying on the ladies on the beach more than anything else.
Have any idea how to use that thing?
I'm not sure. I think I've seen Mr. King turn those two knobs on the bottom to line it up. Have you found anything yet?
I'm still looking. It was just too strange to be a coincidence. Winslow had to be behind this somehow.
Winslow.
Jim, what's wrong?
Alice, you've got to get out of here. Now. Go back to the hotel.
I can't just leave. I've still got work to do.
Winslow's on to me. He knows I'm here.
How could he possibly know you're here?
I don't know. Maybe Al King's in thicker with him than we thought. It doesn't matter how he knows, he just does.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. He's playing some kind of game with me. There. That's where he is. It's gotta be.
Jim, you're scaring me.
I'm sorry, Alice. I'm not trying to scare you. It's Winslow. I have never seen anybody as cold and evil, and you have no idea what he's capable of. And the thought of him finding you here, hurting you, it's just driving me crazy. So please trust me, okay? Just go back to the hotel room. Go back to your room and wait there for me. And don't open the door for anyone else.
All right, Jim, I'll go. Promise me you'll be careful.
Oh, Alice. I will.
I've got to find out what Winslow's up to.
God.
What the hell is that bastard up to?
I raced back to the hotel as quickly as I could. I prayed that Alice would be there.
Dear Jim, I know I promised I would stay right here until you returned, but Mr. King called me into work this evening. Poor Al is feeling rather under the weather. I've never heard someone sound so sick. As it turns out, none of the other girls are available tonight to take care of him. So I guess the new girl gets to take her turn. I tried to back out gracefully, but Al wasn't taking no for an answer. I don't really have a say in the matter, not if I want to keep this job. I'll be careful, I promise. Although I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. I'll see you later tonight. Love, Alice.
Goddamn no.
Alice! Alice!
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Jim! Jim, help me!
Alice, you all right?
I'll be okay. Hurry and tie me. You made it just in time. I don't think I could have lasted much longer. Oh, there. That's better. Thanks, Jimbo. I knew I could count on
You sport! Oh, Jimbo. If I fool you once, shame on me. If I fool you twice, shame on you. Ah, there you are, Alice. Be a dear and cut these for me. Alice.
No. Alice, what are you doing? What have you done to her?
There's a girl. Oh, she did so play you for a fool.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I'll kill you.
Whoa. Don't forget to say goodbye to Jimbo, dear.
Yes, Dick.
Come on, Alice. You don't know what you're doing. You don't want to do this. You don't want to let him get away with this. Give me the gun.
How are you, Jim? Did you get your man, Jim?
Stop it.
Be sure and look me up, Jim.
No!
Oh, Alice. No.
Jimbo! You're late, sport. But then, you never could keep up with me, could you?
Go to hell, Dick.
Such language! Didn't your mother teach you any manners? Ah, well, no matter. Now that you've come to bear witness, we can begin. 3 vessels are there committed. A skull of an atheling, a vizier and skald of great renown, who had drunk from Mimir's fountain. Gable and Zeus Dages Manes Afal. A cup of ashwood, cut from the root of the world tree, to hold the quaff of wisdom. Gable and Zeus Dages Manes Afal. Suffer one night for each covenant, and await the bearer of the brand. Share Mimir's quaff with his skull. Cast out the soft and sightless side. Gable and Zeus, Dages, Manes, Afalo! which will convey the sacred soul. Watch the witness face his doom. Thus is the great God now usurped, and fool become his tomb.
Thanks, Jimbo. Once again, you do me a service. You never were. Look on the uptake. Worried.
I've just received word. President-elect Pearson is taking the podium.
It's over, Dick.
No! No! You've no idea what you've done! No!
Sam, looks like we found another one over here.
Well, well. Looky what we got here, John.
Detective.
I'll just bet you got another story for me.
You'd never believe me. Not in a million years. You'll go back to your own little world never suspecting what might have been, but I'll know. And I'll take to my grave, certain that I did what was right.
I'm going to enjoy sending you to the chair. Take him away.
Black Dahlia. What do you suppose that means?
I don't know. The guy's a nutcase. Came to Detective Maxwell with some crazy story. Said the short girl was going to get it because of the Black Dahlia.
Black Dahlia. Jesus. Press is going to have a field day with that one.